welcome you back into Truist Stadium here with Graham Tuck and Brett Wiseman beside me, bringing you the pregame show here at Truist Stadium between this game between the Carolina Disco Turkeys and the Martinsville Ponies, the visitors. Brett, the Disco Turkeys started out really strong against the High Toms in their first game in the franchise's history, coming out on top, and then since then it's been kind of downhill for them. What do they need to do here against the Ponies to turn things around?
Well, here's the issue, Graham, and it's not necessarily that this team has played bad, so to speak. It's that they've been in every single game at some point. There's just been either a comedy of errors at one point in the middle of the ball game, whether it's defensively, whether it's on the base pass. It just comes with chemistry. It's one of those things that, especially in summer wood bat, it takes some time to get used to these guys. AC Crum on the mound has only pitched one inning since he came to the team. He only got here on Memorial Day for the game up at Martinsville against the parent club of the Ponies, the Mustangs. So, it's one of those things where, like I said, they've been in every game. They've had guys on base. They've had traffic. It's a matter of executing. It's a matter of driving those guys in. They're just not getting the big, timely hit right now. That's the problem.
And executing is something that they're going to need to do today. You were at that game against the High Toms, the last game for the Disco Turkeys, this past Wednesday. What did you see there that they need to improve upon, the Disco Turkeys, in order to come away with this one?
A lot of free bases to the High Toms, a lot of walks, a lot of wild pitches, a couple of errors defensively. Just failure to execute on the base paths as well. Ran into a couple of outs that could have been prevented. Same issues that had been plaguing this team at times the first couple of ball games.
And it's definitely something that they'll look to fix as we roll into this one. Brett, couple of things, few keys to the game quickly, and then one player that you would tell the fans to watch for here as we debut the white uniforms, and you'll see those in just a second. One player to watch and three keys to the game.
One player to watch, Dion Tubbs. We talked about him. He was the real player of the game the other night. 3 stolen bases, 2 in that first inning. If he gets on base out of that leadoff spot, watch out. He can steal a base really quickly. He makes life tough on defenses, not just when he's actually running, but just the threat of him running. Number 2, use the rest of the speed in this lineup and use the areas of this ballpark that are a lot different than other ballparks in this league. This is a minor league ballpark, a legit minor league ballpark that as a result has different dimensions, different areas of the wall. It's a spacious outfield. There's short porches down the lines. Use the power guys, tell them to pull. Tell the speed guys hitting in the gaps, use those weird areas of the wall to get some bounces, get some traffic, get guys in. Number 3, AC Crum's got to throw strikes. That was his one problem the other night in his one inning against the High Toms. Walked 3, struck out 2 to get out of it, but he's got to throw strikes. We know he can. We know he has the stuff to do it. He's just got to execute on it.
AC Plum is stand out from Rice. He's a big guy, 6'7", and he'll be the starter on the mound for the Disco Turkeys tonight. And that leads us right into our Foothills Brewing starting lineups. It'll be very exciting to see today as for the Disco Turkeys, we'll start it off. It'll be Dion Tubbs, the guy that you just mentioned, starting off in center field and leading off. Dane Stewart, the right fielder, batting second. Henry Cooler, the left fielder, batting third. Logan Conklin, who has been on fire lately, playing second base and batting cleanup. Trey Newman, newly arrived, the catcher, batting fifth. Dino Tharp, the first baseman, batting sixth. Caleb Smith, local product from Atkins High School, playing shortstop and batting seventh. Christian Ezel, the designated hitter, batting eighth, and Nick McKedden rounding out the batting order, playing third base, and AC Plum on the mound, as we mentioned. And for the visiting Ponies, it'll be Josh Jones batting first, Hunter Hutchins and Bennett New behind him, Michael Morrison catching and batting cleanup, Lucas Boziger, Addison Clark, and Nick O'Dur are the 5, 6, 7. Lucas Burnett and Matt Rivers are the 8, 9 spots, and Kobe Van Bogart on the mound for the Ponies tonight. We'll take a quick break and bring you right back after the national anthem. In a few moments, we'll bring you the first pitch here from Truist Stadium. We bring you back into Truist Stadium where the Disco Turkey starting lineup is coming back out onto the field for the first time. And we want to remind you that your starting lineups are presented by Foothills Brewing. Try Foothills' great craft beer and coffee at any of their 3 Triad locations. Find out more at foothillsbrewing.com. We'll take a break for the national anthem, and then we'll bring you the first pitch here from Truist Stadium in just about 3 minutes. On Carolina Disco Turkeys Radio Network in 1 second. First pitch just moments away, and you can see A.C. Plum taking the mound here. He will be the home opener starter, a big get for the Disco Turkeys coming in from Rice University, and he's going to be one of the big pieces for the Disco Turkeys this season, you have to think.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, when you get a guy like this to come into, especially the level that we're talking about, you get a kid of this caliber, a kid with the kind of stuff he has, you throw the kind of stuff he's got into the fact that he's 6'7", a lot of people at home might not realize it's a lot harder. It's hard enough to hit a baseball at 96 miles an hour. Imagine when it's coming at you basically downhill, sloped, and with sinking action that he has. He also has a devastating slider and a beautiful curveball. He's got a great combination. He knows how to spot his fastball and then set up his off-speed stuff. The kid's just filthy. It's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be fun to see him work on the mound today. He threw 1 inning in the last game for the Disco Turkeys, a loss to the High Toms of High Point in Thomasville, North Carolina. No hits allowed, and did have 2 strikeouts in that 1 inning. So it will be fun to see him work today for sure. Your player to watch today from the game day gobble in the pregame was a big name, Caleb Smith. He went 2 for 3 in the last game against the High Toms. He finally broke out. Been waiting to see that from him all season long, but some other notable names for the Disco Turkeys in the lineup today. Hayden Setzer should make an appearance off of the bench at some point, whether it be on the mound or in the batting lineup. And then,
well, as was the case Tuesday night, Graham. He was not in the batting order, and we saw him come in and throw 2 really, really good innings.
Yeah, that he did. And also, Henry Cooler has been on fire recently for the Disco Turkeys.
Another D1 guy from Davidson, a guy we knew was going to come on and make his impact felt soon enough. He just wasn't getting good enough at-bats the past couple of games. Got some really good at-bats. Here we go.
And we'll see Josh Jones step into the box for the Martinsville Ponies. The first pitch of Disco Turkeys action here in Winston-Salem is a ball high from AC Plum. This is a big one for the Disco Turkeys. They're trying to break out of a slump that they've gotten into. Opened their franchise's history with a win, and since then have lost 3 straight. That one's grounded weakly toward the left side of the infield. It'll be Tharp reaching over. That's McKedden, and he can't get his glove to it in time. The first batter for the Ponies in this one is an error made by the Disco Turkey third baseman.
Yeah, if he could have gotten his glove to it, he definitely would have had a play. Again, this is not an infield that a lot of these guys have played on. Just kind of misread where that was hopping along the grass, the way it's cut there, and it's an unfortunate play. Hopped over the heel of the glove. Got to have a short memory, though.
So now a runner on first for the Disco Turkeys, and AC Plum will have to work around him as Hunter Hutchins steps into the box for the Ponies. The delivery from Plum is grounded, a base hit into right field, and it's the first hit of the day for the Ponies. Being held at second is Josh Jones. A good throw from the right fielder, Dane Stewart, will keep him there.
That's not the start you want if you're AC Plum. You get a first pitch ambush like that, it lets you know, A, okay, they're seeing the fastball out of my hand. B, they're knowing where to go with it. They're able to find some holes here. Got to figure out how to get a ground ball at somebody.
And it'll be Bennett New stepping into the box for the Ponies. A good opportunity for the Ponies to score their first run of the season in their first game of the season. One of 2 Textile League teams that have yet to play. That one's driven into right field. Stewart settling under it. This one will at least advance the first runner. Tagging up from second is Jones, and he'll make it to third safely. So runners on the corners with 1 out for the Ponies.
It's a right play right there. Throw to second base. The guy's going to get to third automatic. You got no chance to throw him out. Throw it into second. Keep the double play in order. Now your job on the mound in AC Crum. Get that ground ball up the middle. Turn 2. Get back in the dugout.
And Michael Morrison will step into the box for the Ponies, the cleanup man. AC Plum in a spot early. As I said, runners on the corners, 1 out. Ball in the dirt is a great block there by Trey Newman. His first action in a Disco Turkeys uniform arrived to the team today. And it's been kind of a rotation behind the dish so far this season for the Disco Turkeys. You've seen Logan Conklin back there. You've seen Christian Ezel, both of them in the lineup, just in different spots. Conklin at second, Ezel the designated hitter. And as Trey Newman is a grad student, this should be his job to lose. That pitch is grounded to the left side, but foul. Looks like it got caught up in the legs of Morrison. And the count will even at 1.
Yeah, one thing I'm seeing right off the bat here from AC Plum here, Graham, you see his motion. Look, when you're a guy that's 6'7", a lot of times you can fall into the trap of assuming that's in the hitter's head, especially when you're throwing from the stretch. It's not. He's not following through and getting downhill on things.
Some kinks to work out for Plum, definitely so far here in this one. A good breaking ball there is in the zone, and it's a 1-2 count. Good spot here for AC Plum to work around to either get a big punch out for out number 2 or possibly get that ground ball he's been looking for.
That's the perfect arm action right there. Just like I talked about, he followed through on it, went downhill.
The 1-2 from Plum. We'll have to wait just a couple of moments as a throw over to first to keep Hutchins safe at first.
You got to keep him honest over there. Don't want to forget about him.
The pitch, off and running. For second is Hutchins, and a ball in the dirt will make sure that he gets there in time, no play. So now 2 runners in scoring position and a 2-2 count for Michael Morrison.
And that nullifies the double play, and that's the worst possible scenario you can get when you got a guy going, is to A, throw a breaking ball, B, have it end up in the dirt.
Two-two pitch. Just outside the zone, and the count will go to full.
Maybe a hair low. It looked good from up here in the booth, but just a hair low according to our home plate umpire.
So a big spot for both teams early in this one. Three-two. That one's fouled off, and Morrison will stay alive for at least one more pitch.
You almost can't pitch for the strikeout here, but you also don't want him to put it in a play to the point where it gets one or both guys home. You could live with a sac fly at this point, a base hit somewhere or in the gap somewhere. Don't want that. You can live with the fly out at this point. You'll trade the out for the run in the first because you know you have the ability to get it back, and you know you got plenty of time to do it.
Three-two again. In the dirt for ball four, and it's behind Trey Newman. Doesn't know where he is, so coming in to score will be Josh Jones.
Yeah, worst case scenario right there, as we said. Look, the amount of break on AC's breaking ball is astronomical, right? The only issue with that a lot of times is the control. Where you start it is not necessarily where you want to end it. So as a pitcher with that much break on your breaking ball, you have to start it at a point where it looks like it's going to hang and it's just going to fall off the table. If it never gets to that theoretical table completely, you get what happened right there.
So it'll be Lucas Boziger stepping into the box. That one's high for ball one. Hasn't exactly been the beginning of the outing that Plum has wanted. That one will miss the zone as well. 2-0 the count.
Got to be pitching for a ground ball here.
Looking for that double play for sure. If you can end this inning with only one run on the board, you're happy with that.
And already 15 pitches this inning, so not ideal. You always want a quick first inning.
That one was high, but skying it is Boziger, but it's going to be out of the play.
Good pitch that time up in the zone. You get a slugger like Bozinger in the box. He's going to want the ball up. He's going to want the ball elevated so he can launch it, get it up in the air, force him to pop it up. Good pitch. It's a spot you want to miss at with a fastball high. You don't want it any lower than that.
2-1. Outside for ball three, and a hitter's count for Boziger. A walk here would load the bases for the Ponies. For Addison Clark, who's on deck.
Yeah, Bozinger's got to be sitting dead right on the fastball here. And if you're AC Plum, you can't come right after him, but you also can't throw something that's non-competitive. You're trying to force him to put it in play.
That one inside for ball four. It'll load the bases. So already ducks on the pond here for Martinsville. One out in the inning. And only one base hit so far.
And that's what we talked about pregame with the game day gobblegram was Plum's need to throw strikes. That was one of my keys to the game. This was his problem the other night. He walked 3 in his only inning. And he's already up to 17 pitches in this first inning. He's already walked 2 guys. The same thing as rearing its head yet again here this evening.
The benefit of having this scenario is that a ground ball will get you out of the inning.
Now you have a force at any base.
So the corners are in, the middle infielders are back. That one in the zone for strike one, a good way to bounce back from AC Plum.
Yeah, way to settle down that time, lock in on the target.
Oh, one pitch is swung on and missed. Plum's way ahead.
A good tailing action on that one, Graham. Like I said, he knows how to set up the off-speed stuff. There's another case of it right there.
0-2 pitch. Driven towards right field, but out of play, foul ball.
And a good pitch. He came right after him. And a good job in the box by Clark of being able to fight that off. But now you've come in on him with a fastball. You've set up off-speed stuff down in the way. You set up a curveball lower in the dirt. You can try and get him to chase and waste one here. Not the worst thing in the world.
Still a 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. A breaking ball finds the zone. Strike 3 called.
What a
Throws
beauty.
Addison Clark.
Absolutely. Look, he set it up, right? He came inside with the hard stuff, mid to upper 90s, and then he throws that knee-buckling curveball. That's what needed to happen. He started it up in the zone so that it broke middle down. It broke right at the point where you can do nothing with it because you are, by the time you see what it is, it's already past you.
So finally 2 outs in the inning for the Disco Turkeys in the field, and it will be Nick O'Dur stepping into the box. Still, bases loaded. Here's the pitch from Plum. It finds the zone. He's in a groove now, 0-1 count.
Yep, good fastball right there. Like you said, he's in a groove. You can tell just by looking at him. He's got that rhythm back to him.
And this is his first start in quite some time. In all of his time at Rice, he was a relief pitcher. Didn't really start that much.
He's got the ability to do it, and you and I both know that.
Oh, absolutely. And that's going to be his primary role here for the Disco Turkeys, you've got to assume.
Yeah, it's not that he doesn't have the gas in the tank to do it. That's just, the role he had at Rice. But he's got the stuff, and he knows how to get out of jams, and that's part of being a good starter is to get out of situations like this.
And his career high for innings pitched in college at Rice was only an inning and a third. That one's going to be lifted into left center field. Tubbs can't get to it. A RBI single.
Gonna score 2.
It's going to score 2 indeed, and Nick O'Dur making the score 3-0 here in the first. Ponies on top. Runners still on first and second for Lucas Burnett.
Yeah, I got to tip your cap right there. It was a good pitch. It was middle in. It wasn't necessarily center cut, but a good job by O'Dur of getting the barrel to it and driving it right back through the box.
As previously mentioned, it'll be Lucas Burnett stepping into the box. Already the 8-hitter coming in for the Ponies. First pitch from Plum is a nice breaking ball, but he couldn't get him to chase, so the count will go to 1-0. Here's the pitch. That one's high. Newman wanted a back pick towards O'Dur at first, but he couldn't get his hand around it completely, and the count will go to 2-0.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a terrible idea. I had him leaning over there at first base.
Tharp was ready for it at first base, and he was jumping up and down that he didn't get a throw.
Yeah, they're not holding them on, and a lot of times that can lead to
That one finding the inside corner. What a great job of painting the edges there.
Yeah, did you see that thing start inside and then kind of tail back? That's what a good front door cutter does.
Pretty good action there from Plum. Let's see if you can get out of jam. 2-1, 2 outs here in the top of the first. Ponies already have 3 on the board. There's the 2-1 pitch, and it's outside, making a hitter's count for Burnett.
Yeah, again, got to be sitting on a fastball here. 3-1, you're almost always sitting on a fastball, and if you're late on it, I don't know what you're doing. This is a spot where, if you're AC Plum, you almost have to come after him at this point. Can't afford to nibble anymore.
That one gets away from Plum, and on ball 4, it'll not do much as everybody was advancing a base anyway. So the bases are loaded yet again, and the pitching coach for the Disco Turkeys, Scott Kirby's going to make a trip out to the mound.
Yeah, maybe a couple batters too late, Graham. I mean, you have to think that at some point somebody saw something that, we thought we saw up here. The thing for me watching, looking at the technical aspects of things here, it's his motion, it's his follow through. He's almost alligator arming it, so to speak, to where he's not finishing his pitches. You'll hear that terminology a lot, that he's not, somebody's not finishing their pitches, they're not locating them well enough. The times that he did, he threw strikes and he threw them in the right spots. He's not finishing his pitches. He's pitching tentative at this point. That's the problem. He's more concerned about the traffic on the bases than just getting the guy out.
And with the minimal depth in the pitching rotation that the Disco Turkeys have, that's obviously something that could be a problem if this continues for Plum. But for now, it's Matt Rivers, the number 9 hitter, stepping into the box. And the Disco Turkeys are in danger of letting the Ponies bat around here in the first.
Yeah, 3 walks already this inning.
And 1 error committed. Breaking ball from Plum won't find the zone. Count goes to 1-0. Here's the 1-0 from Plum. Outside for ball 2. Oh, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Thought that one missed the zone by a mile, but instead, home plate umpire saying, not so fast, the count's even.
Hey, he'll take it. He's having a tough time throwing strikes right now. You get one like that, you boost the confidence a little bit.
Here's the 1-1. It swung on, grounded to second. The play to be made by Conklin. Throw to first, in time. Good stretch there from Tharp, and the Disco Turkeys get out of Dodge. 3 runs already on the board, though. Bottom of the first after this. We'll bring you back in here to Truist Stadium, Graham Tuck. Here with Brett Wiseman beside me, Disco Turkeys baseball, and it's Dion Tubbs, the leadoff man and center fielder, stepping into the box against Kobe Van Bogart of the Martinsville Ponies. A 3-0 deficit for the Turkeys early, but the first pitch to Tubbs is popped up into the air. Tubbs, a speedy guy, almost made it all the way to first before that one came down, and the play was made by the Ponies infielder. That one was Josh Jones.
Yeah, 1 pitch, 1 out is not the ideal start here. After your starter had, a 25-plus pitch first inning, you want to try and do the same to the opposite starter and get his pitch count up. 1 pitch, 1 out, not the way to do it.
And it'll be Dane Stewart in the box now. A big cut from Stewart, the Wake Forest outfielder, making his appearance in the Disco Turkey white and powder blue. The count moves to 1-0. Van Bogart delivers. That one, another swing and a miss there from Stewart.
Very good changeup that time.
And I don't know how much you can tell at home, but these uniforms that the Disco Turkeys are sporting are phenomenal. There's no other way to put it.
They are beautiful. I mean, that's just an objective fact.
Here's the 0-2 to Stewart. Check this swing, but it's a called strike 3 anyway. 2 quick outs for the Ponies here in Winston.
Yeah, not the ideal start at all. And you can already tell that Kobe Van Bogart has his best stuff working, and he's strutting around the mound. He knows it.
So it'll bring up Henry Cooler, the left fielder.
Henry Cooler.
First pitch from Van Bogart to Kohler is high for ball 1. The first non-strike of the day from Van Bogart. Already 2 up, 2 down. A breaking ball finds the zone for strike 1, evening the count.
You can tell already, Graham, he's locating that breaking ball really, really well.
Van Bogart working quickly. A big swing and a miss there from Cooler.
See the tailing action on that changeup. He got Dane Stewart in that last at-bat on the 0-1 pitch. He comes back with this one, 1-1. Same result.
And Cooler and Conklin, who's on deck, have been hot for the Disco Turkeys lately. Here's the 1-2, though. High for ball 2, evening the count.
You'll find a way to get on here, at least keep this inning going, get Conklin to the plate, as you said, been one of the hotter hitters in this lineup.
Here's the 2-2 to Cooler. Missing the zone.
Not by much.
And it'll be a full count with 2 outs.
That was a good pitch.
Here's the delivery. Breaking ball is lined into right field, and it'll find grass. Cooler rounding the bases, and he will start the hitting for the Disco Turkeys today with a double here in the first.
Good piece of hitting right there. Got a curveball over the center of the plate. Took a good hack at it, hit it down the line. As I said, you've got to use those kind of unique areas of this ballpark, able to get it down the line into that little cranny down there in the corner. Find a 2-bagger.
So it'll bring up Logan Conklin with a runner in scoring position, and that's good news as Conklin has been very good at the plate. He leads the Disco Turkeys in hits with 5 so far this season in only 4 games. He's riding a 4-game hitting streak coming into this one. Here's the first to Conklin. Ball high. He'll get ahead in the count early.
Looking for something center cut here. Again, short porch down the left field line, 315. Good spot to pull it to.
That one popped up into the air, but it's foul. Ponies infield can't get to it, and it'll even the count at 1. Conklin's a rising senior at the nearby Carolina University, formerly Piedmont International University. Conklin started all 4 games for the Disco Turkeys so far this season, and he sports a .455 batting average and 5 hits, 3 runs scored, and only 1 strikeout. Pretty good numbers for the guy. That one will miss the zone from Van Bogart. It's a 2-1 count for Conklin.
You know how you know how a guy's locked in, Graham? You know how we know that? When he looks at the pitch like that and spits on it. Because 9 times out of 10, somebody's swinging at that pitch.
Seeing the ball well. No other way to put it. That one's popped up, foul yet again. It'll be a 2-2 count.
The 2 fastballs he's gotten, and then in this at-bat, he's just missed turning on.
Conklin has one of the best contact rates in the entire Textile League. It's up near 1,000%, or 1,000, not 95%. It's about 100%. Off and running is Cooler, and he won't even draw a throw. He read the delivery from Van Bogart perfectly, and he's on third. A 3-2 count to Conklin with 2 outs.
Nobody was paying attention to him, and he read the delivery perfect. You talked about it. He picked the exact right moment to go as soon as he'd committed to the plate.
Here's the 3-2. Swung on, pop back straight into the netting.
Again, another one that he just missed turning on. I mean, he has seen the fastball well. He's just not timing it quite right. He gets around on one. Look out.
Chance to get on the board here. 3-2, and it's high. Conklin is keeping his on-base percentage astronomically high as he finds his way to first, and it'll bring up Trey Newman for his first at-bat as a Disco Turkey.
Catcher out of Utah Valley. Good program out of the Western Athletic Conference, or the WAC.
A rising sophomore, hometown Phoenix, Arizona, went to Pinnacle High School. Has a .213 batting average throughout his college career. 21 starts, 16 hits, and 11 RBIs, 3 home runs, so you know he can get a bat to it.
Again, short porch down there and left, so if somebody can turn on one, it's this big guy right here.
He'll watch the first pitch, a breaking ball, come into the zone for strike one called.
This is one of those critical situations that we talked about pregame, Graham, that the Disco Turkeys just haven't come through on yet.
That one a similar spot.
Yeah, a little bit higher up. A little bit higher up. Not quite right at the letters. That's a spot you want to miss, though, if you're on the mound.
Another miss there from Van Bogart. It's a 2-1 count. .20 pitches now in the inning for Van Bogart.
Yeah, after getting 2 quick outs like that, really, really good job by the 3, 4, and now 5 guys. Get that pitch count right up.
2-1 to Newman is lined into left field. And letting it fall is the Ponies left fielder. A curious play as he looked frozen in his tracks. That was O'Dur who couldn't get to it. And coming in to score is Henry Cooler. It's a 3-1 lead now for the Ponies with runners on first and second.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily score that as an error, but it's a play that you think has to be made. I don't know if he kind of lost the spin of it in the lights or what happened, but that's a pretty shallowly hit fly ball that it looked like he had a good read on, and then he just froze like he lost it.
So still 2 outs in the inning. It'll bring up Dino Tharp, who started off hot in the first 2 games, and he's since cooled off. Had 4 hits through the first 2 and none since. Watches the first pitch. Sail by for ball 1. Caleb Smith on deck, and Christian Ezel, the designated hitter, in the hole after him. That one lined by Tharp into right field. It'll be a base hit. Rounding to score is Conklin. He's coming in from third. The throw to third for Newman not in time, and it's a 3-2 ball game here. Lots of scoring early at Truist Stadium.
A beautiful piece of hitting right there from Tharp. He went with the pitch. He didn't try to do too much with it. He let that fastball travel just in on his hands, able to get the arms extended, barrel it out through the hole on the right side. Not only score the run, but now to get another guy to third with 2 outs.
And Michael Morrison's seen about enough of this from his pitcher on the mound, Kobe Van Bogart. We'll go have a chat with him as his old buddy Caleb Smith is stepping into the box. You saw Morrison and Smith have a moment at second base there in the top of the first. Quick embrace, and it'll bring up the Winston-Salem native who had 2 base hits in his 3 at-bats in the last game against the High Toms. First pitch to Smith. High and outside for ball 1.
She said, Graham, he had some really good at-bats in that game. Both games in High Point this week, Tuesday and Wednesday night.
The first one of those was against the Locos. Smith didn't fare as well in that one, but we noted on the broadcast that night that you could tell that it was coming for Smith. His swing is pretty good looking, and it was only a matter of time until he got around to one, and that's what they saw on Wednesday at Finch Field. 2-0 count to Smith. 25 pitches now in the inning for Van Bogart. A bit of a surprise after he got the first 2 outs of the inning in 4 pitches and hasn't had an out since then.
Shift is on here, Graham. Got 3 infielders basically on the left side of the infield. Huge hole on the right side.
Smith, a big pull hitter. 2-0 count, though. That one finding the top of the zone. It's a 2-1 count now. Smith still ahead. Disco Turkeys have officially put more hits on the board than the Ponies in the first inning, but that 1 unearned run makes the lead for Martinsville 1 run. That one's driven by Smith high into right field, but it'll be foul. And it'll even the count at 2.
Yeah, right idea there, trying to go the other way against the shift. Even the outfielders are shifted at this point. You see where the center fielder is right there.
Playing a bit to the left, and for Van Bogart, just 1 pitch away from getting out of this potentially, and it'll have to wait another pitch as the count goes to full. And Christian Ezel, who is not a bad guy to have at the plate with the bases loaded, is on deck. Edsel already has 2 RBIs this year. Here's a chance for Smith to get one. Tharp off and running. A liner to third will be easily caught. A great piece of contact hitting from Smith with a full count and 2 outs. It'll end the inning. Disco Turkeys get 2 back, but the lead is still 1 for the Ponies. It's a 3-2 game here in Winston. Top. We'll welcome you back here to the top of the second here at Truist Stadium. The first pitch, a check swing from the top of the lineup for the Ponies, Josh Jones. But it goes foul, 0-1 count. Ponies holding a 3-2 lead after they jumped out to a 3-0 advantage in the top of the first. And Disco Turkeys getting 2 back after it looked like it was going to be a quick inning for Van Bogart on the mound. But the middle of the order coming alive for Carolina. That one driven into high center field. Going over for it is Dion Tubbs, and he'll make the catch on the warning track for the first out of the top of the second inning.
Yeah, loud contact, but to the deepest part of the park. Just an unfortunate play there for Jones. Got good wood on it, but again, to one of the deepest parts of the yard out there in right center.
AC Plum back on the mound for the Disco Turkeys. And it'll bring up Hunter Hutchins for Martinsville. Disco Turkeys out hit the Ponies in that first inning. It's still a 1-run deficit they face, though. First pitch outside the zone for ball 1. That one bounces to the mound. AC Plum not quite comfortable out there yet, it seems. It's a 2-0 count to the number 2 spot in the Ponies order, Hunter Hutchins.
Yeah, no, not at all, Graham. I mean, you know, there are portions in that first inning you really liked what you saw, but for the most part, he seemed pretty erratic to this point, and that's not a good sign in that first base dugout right now.
Here's the 2-0 from Plum. Finding the corner for a called strike 1, a good way to get back into the count.
Good pitch and a pretty good job behind the plate of being able to frame that and steal the strike.
Yeah, it's important to note, a lot of these guys don't really have much chemistry together, and especially the pitcher-catcher combinations. Newman from Utah Valley and Plum from Rice. No history with each other together, especially since Newman just arrived today and AC Plum arrived earlier this week. So, going to be very interesting to see what kind of chemistry these guys can create with each other.
And that's the fun thing about summer wood bat. It's just not fun in the beginning. You develop that chemistry over the next couple of weeks, but at this point in time, you see situations like we're seeing right now, as that's the now fourth walk he's issued, I believe.
And so it'll be a runner on first for the Ponies. And so it'll bring up Bennett Newey. Getting a pretty hefty lead over there at first was Hunter Hutchins. And it looked like he might have been off and running, but the pitch is fouled off by Newey.
It might have been a hit and run scenario there, Graham. Couldn't quite tell if that's what was on, but
have seen a lot of that in the Textile League so far. That pitch outside of the zone, it was low, and it'll be a 1-1 count.
He's getting one pretty good secondary lead, I'll tell you that.
Here's the pitch from Plum, the 1-1 count. He bounces it yet again. And advancing to second, taking a turn, and gunning for third almost. He was about a third of the way there, Hutchins was, before deciding to return to second.
He probably could have made it, or at least made it a closer play than it would look like. Because Newman, a bit lackadaisical or a bit slow, not to say lackadaisical, but a bit slow getting to that baseball. And look, Plum, it's hard to really say anything about it right now. He's just not throwing a strike.
Here's the 2-1 from Plum. That one nearly finding the zone, just a little bit low. It'll be a 3-1 count. Hitters count for the number 3 spot. Michael Morrison on deck. 41 pitches already here in the top of the second for AC Plum.
Not ideal in the slightest.
Here's the 42nd. It'll miss the zone, and another walk issued by AC Plum, his 5th of the day.
And 5 walks through an inning and a third, that's not pretty. And that's not a good sign in that first base dugout at all.
No action in the bullpen yet for Carolina. That's something that we've seen quite a bit. They'll let their starter go regardless of how they do, and then let the bullpen do what they will after the fact. So it'll bring up Michael Morrison with runners on first and second. Here's the pitch from Plum. It gets away from Trey Newman behind the plate, and it'll put both of those runners in scoring position, as the 1-0 count for Morrison could prove trouble.
1-0 count now with 2 guys in scoring position. It's not pretty. It's just not pretty. It's ugly right now.
Plum will bounce another one to the plate. It's a 2-0 count. 3-2 Martinsville lead, 1 out here in the top of the second. Martinsville with only 2 hits. So 2 of those 3 runs have been earned. Got him swinging on the fastball, 2-1 count. Good way to get back into it from Plum.
Good way to get out frustration, too. Rear back and throw it about 96 right past the guy. Do have somebody up and loosening right now down in the bullpen for Carolina, it looks like.
It's Ben Tainman out there getting ready. So we'll keep you updated on his status. Meanwhile, another pitch will get away from Newman, but not far enough away to entice Hutchins to gun it for home.
A good pop there by Newman. Could have easily gotten further away. Good job to at least get a piece of it. Get out of the crouch quickly, corral it, and keep everybody put where they are.
So it'll be a 3-1 count here for Michael Morrison, in danger of loading the bases yet again as AC Plum. would be the third time already here in the top of the second, through an inning and a third. That pitch just barely missed the zone, and Morrison is aboard with another walk.
That's now 6.
Third of the inning for Plum. And so it will bring up Lucas Boziger, who did have an RBI his last time up. I apologize, that was Morrison who had the RBI. Boziger was walked his last time up, and in that case, if he's walked again, it would prove another RBI for the Martinsville Ponies. One out here in the top of the second. Here's the delivery from Plum. He'll bounce it to the plate. Newman doesn't let it get away. Perhaps a little bit of frustration on the mound from Plum at this point.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, we know he's got it in him. It's what we talked about pregame. He's got to locate, and it's the one thing when you've got as much break as he does on that breaking ball, you have to be able to start it higher than you would think.
So here's the 1-0. Gets away from Newman, and that will bring in Hutchins from third. The throw not in time, and he's safe at home. Fourth run of the day. First of the inning for the Ponies, and it's a 4-2 ball game.
There's just not much to say here. I mean, the same movie keeps repeating itself.
And for AC Plum, he hasn't been here very long with the team. He missed the first 4 games of the season. Or the first 3, made a relief appearance against the High Toms on this past Wednesday.
And there's probably a little bit of rust. It's probably been,
For sure, especially because he did not play collegiate baseball this past year.
Correct. He did not play for Rice this past year, so rust would be the major factor here going forward.
50th pitch of the day for Plum is another ball outside, making the count 3-0. And you've got to wonder if he walks a 4th straight batter here in the top of the second, if that does it for his afternoon. As the day will turn to night here in Winston-Salem, you can see the sunset behind out in left field. Finding the zone on that one, though.
That's a fortunate call right there.
A good way to break a streak of at least 4 consecutive balls thrown by AC Plum.
I don't know how loose Tainman is out there in the bullpen, so.
I can tell you, he's probably been told to get ready pretty quickly, as that one will miss the zone. And aboard on first is Boziger. The bases are loaded yet again.
Watch that dugout.
And calling for time is the pitching coach for the Disco Turkeys. You've got to wonder if that's it for AC Plum's evening.
Usually when you see the entire infield stay put, it's just a regular mound visit.
Take this opportunity to bring you around the Textile League. 2 other games going on right now. In the top of the 9th, it's the Boone Bigfoots with an 8-5 lead over the visiting Statesville Owls. So the last chance for Statesville here. Boone searching for their first win as a franchise. They're 0-2 right now. Statesville is in first place in the West Division with a 2-2 record. So it would be a big victory if they can hold on for Boone. And no update from Ashboro yet, as the Catawba Valley Stars are visiting the Ashboro Copperheads of the CPL. We'll give you a score update on that one as soon as we can. Here's the delivery, the first pitch of the at-bat for Addison Clark. Struck out looking his last time up on that beautiful breaking ball action we saw from Plum, but haven't seen it since.
Tainman has now stopped warming and has made his way back into the dugout.
Interesting development as Plum continues to struggle to find the zone. 54 pitches on the day. Here's the 2-0. Inside corner, called strike 1, getting back into the count.
Sorry, you can tell when he's on. The motion, the mannerisms, everything is different when he's on than when he's just not confident.
With the bases loaded and 1 out, the corners are in, the middle infielders are back. And that one's popped up into the Bermuda Triangle area towards the bullpen for the Disco Turkeys, but it'll go out of play, bouncing off of the seats on the first base side. And for the first time in quite some time, AC Plum has 2 strikes in the count. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed. A big strike 3 for Plum, and he's got his second out of the inning. Possibly get back in it. Clark, the second time he's been sat down by the 6-7 righty.
The first time looking, that time swinging. Reared back, let the fastball fly. Here it is, big boy, hit it. Threw right past him.
So a big chance for the Disco Turkeys to minimize the bleeding somehow with 4 walks in the inning. They haven't allowed a hit, and there's only 1 run on the board in this half of the inning. That pitch will get away from Newman as
wait a minute.
Couldn't grab it. Some confusion on the base path. A funky hop off of the backstop made it an easy grab for Newman. Coming in from third was going to be Bennett Newey, but he would have easily been tagged out at home, so he'll retreat to third. All runners will stay in their positions, but it is a ball, and so getting ahead in the count is Nick O'Dur.
Well, here's the odd thing. Newman tried to rush it when he picked it back up, but the runner at third had already made his turn back to the bag at third. Could have scored had he noticed the drop of the transfer.
That one's driven into right center field. Racing over for his Tubbs, and it's off his glove. Coming in to score will be Newey, as well as Morrison, and the throw to get in time for out number 3. Boziger trying to stretch it. So a great throw from Tubbs will stop the scoring on that play. The Disco Turkeys get out of it, but the lead is 6-2 for Martinsville off the big hit from O'Dur. Second time he's come up big for his team. We'll take you to the bottom of the second. Disco Turkeys down 6-2. Martinsville on top. Coming back with Van Bogart on the mound after this. We'll bring you back in. Here to Truist Stadium, Graham Tuck, Brett Wiseman beside me, bringing you Disco Turkeys baseball all season long here on the Carolina Disco Turkeys YouTube channel. It'll be Christian Esel stepping into the box, the designated hitter. He's had a pretty good year so far at the plate, has the number 10 in white and sky blue. He's a grad student, recently graduated from Brevard, native of Monroe, North Carolina. 250 batting average so far in 3 games for the Disco Turkeys. All 3 of them starts. Does have 2 hits and 2 RBIs. So pretty good numbers so far for the man from North Carolina. Here's the first pitch from Van Bogart. It's outside for ball 1.
This is the right guy in the box to get things going here after a big inning in the top half for Martinsville.
6-2 lead was extended. It was 3-2 going into the top of the inning, and 4 consecutive walks and a big hit from Nick O'Dur, the second of his evening.
Yeah, a lot of those wounds self-inflicted, so there's one way to get him back, and that's at the plate, and that's to have good at-bats to get some traffic going here.
Walks and errors have been the kryptonite of the Disco Turkeys so far in this young season, and it'll be one of their main goals as this season gets its legs underneath it to improve upon that more than anything else, I'd have to think. 2-1 count to Ezel. Swings on it, pops it almost straight up. Rushing over for it is Morrison, and it's towards the Disco Turkeys dugout a little bit more than I originally believed it to be. And neither him nor the first baseman could make it in time. So the count will stay 2-2.
Yeah, tough ball to get a read on, especially off the bat as high as it was hit up. I thought it was hit straight up and back out of play, but it had so much top spin on it, it took a direct turn right towards the first base dugout. And by the time anybody on the field knew where it was already bouncing.
Here's the 2-2 to Ezel. A great defensive swing there from the designated hitter will foul that ball off, and the count will stay 2-2.
Yeah, that's a really tough pitch to get any kind of contact on, just to fight off at that point. It's one of those that's too close for comfort, but it's almost unhittable when you get one of those sinking fastballs down and in like that. It's no wonder he didn't break his bat either.
The pitch from Van Bogart. That one's popped straight up again, and Morrison will just watch it go out of play.
Really good grinding at bat here from Ezel.
That one, another hot ground ball to the third base side, but that one will go foul as well. Ezel staying alive very well in this count.
Well, that's the best swing he's had in the at-bat right there. Just couldn't quite turn it around in time. Got a hanging breaking ball, came unglued a little bit, didn't stay back quite long enough.
Home opener here tonight for the Disco Turkeys. They trail 6-2 here in the bottom of the second. That one, another foul tip from Ezel.
Good at-bat. This is fun to watch right here.
And the catcher, Michael Morrison, wasn't able to hang on to that one. Thought he might have been for a brief moment.
If he was able to, that would have been the end of it right there. It's what you pay the price of admission and what you tune in for right here is long, epic at-bats like this.
McKedden on deck. Here's the 2-2. A breaking ball is again skied very high, straight to second base. And the catch will be made for out number 1.
Yeah, it can be pretty frustrating when you get a long at-bat like that and nothing to show for it but a pop-up, but it pays off on the pitch count.
So it'll be Nick McKedden stepping into the box. A good off-speed pitch from Van Bogart does not receive an offer from McKedden, and it will be an 0-1 count.
Perfect location for it, too.
That one very high. Morrison almost not able to get to it.
Had to come well out of his crouch and almost jump to get to that one.
Both aces on the mound here in this contest. Plum for the Disco Turkeys and Van Bogart for the Ponies, as this is their first game of the season. 40 pitches now for Van Bogart. If Plum returns to the mound, his next pitch would be his 60th. That one driven into deep left field. Going back for it and nearly running into the center fielder is the Ponies left fielder, but he's able to track it down for out number 2. A good showing there at the plate from McKedden.
Yeah, good swing. Got good wood on it. Again, one of those situations as we saw in the top half where you hit it to the deepest part of the yard out there in the gaps in left center and right center. The porches are small down the lines, but you're talking about 400 plus, where it's actually deeper out to left center than it is to dead center by just a hair full of feet.
So it'll bring up the top of the lineup, Dion Tubbs. Popped out to the shortstop his last time up. Here's the 0-1. Off speed, barely misses the inside corner, leaving the count at 1.
There's a one pitch at bat last time. I was seeing the ball a lot better this at bat already.
That one will miss the zone as well, getting back into it. And now he's ahead in the count as Tubbs. Dion Tubbs has been a staple of the Disco Turkeys lineup so far this year. Started all 4 games, one of only a few that can say that, as that pitch will miss the zone as well. Another close call, but Dion Tubbs getting it in his favor. It's a 3-1 count. That one, similar spot, but this time it'll be called a strike. It's a 3-2 count.
A little bit closer to the edge. Good job behind the plate to frame it well enough to get the call.
3-2. Foul tip swung on, and it'll be caught by Morrison for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down for the Disco Turkeys in the bottom of the second. We'll head to the top of the third. 6-2 lead for the Ponies, and we'll be back after this with more Disco Turkeys baseball. Looking for an opportunity to promote your local business? Contact us today to become a sponsor of the Carolina Disco Turkeys. Opportunities start at just $100 per season. To learn more, message sponsorships at discoturkeys.com. That's sponsorships at discoturkeys.com. Welcome you back here to Truist Stadium, as Ben Tainman has taken the mound for the Disco Turkeys, and he will face Burnett of the Martinsville Ponies, Lucas Burnett, the number 8 hitter. The 1-0 pitch is in the zone for called strike 1. And that one will be fouled off for strike 2. Already Tainman getting into the count early.
Yeah, he's throwing strikes, attacking the zone really well, something that we did not see from AC Plum.
Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed. A big first strikeout for Ben Tainman. He struts off the mound with a bit of confidence.
Yeah, good stuff right there. Important for him to come out and attack the zone and kind of change the mojo.
Taman enters this game with the most innings pitched for the Disco Turkeys so far this season, leading the team with 8 1/3. He's appeared in 3 of the 4 games so far. As stepping into the box for Martinsville is the number 9 spot, Matt Rivers. He'll watch the first pitch go by for ball 1. Tainman, pretty good ERA so far this year. That one is lined into center field. It'll be a base hit for the number 9 hitter, Rivers. And it'll bring up the top of the lineup for the 3rd time in as many innings.
Yeah, that was center cut right there.
So as I was saying, Tainman, the only pitcher on the Disco Turkeys roster who's credited with a win so far this year. He got the win against the High Toms in the first game of the year. Enters this game with a 4.32 ERA, 9 hits allowed, and 6 strikeouts, only 4 earned runs.
Well, as you said, Graham, he got the win there the other night and gave up a couple of, as you might call them, garbage time runs at that point in the ball game against the High Toms. But he's been the guy that the Disco Turkeys thus far have brought in situations like this to limit damage.
So it's a 1-1 count with a runner on first and 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. Top of the lineup is up again for the 3rd time in as many innings. It's Josh Jones. He's had a pretty good day so far. Reached on an error and a great piece of contact that was ended up being a line out to center field. Called strike emphatically from the home plate umpire. And it'll be a 1-2.
Deservedly so. It was a great pitch.
That it was. And so the Disco Turkeys looking for second out, and it's a big swing and a miss. A back pick is not in time, but they'll get the first out. 2 outs here in the inning as Jones is sat down.
Beautiful changeup that time right there. Fell right off the table.
Tainman is on his stuff for sure right now.
2 Ks already in the inning here, both swinging.
So it will bring up the number 2 hitter in the order, Hunter Hutchins. First pitch is a big swing and a miss from Hutchins.
Good
Had a pitch that
fastball.
was clearly outside the zone, but got him to chase on it.
Well, that's what happens when you get that tailing action, and you see it's not necessarily sidearm action from him. It's, you know, he's almost disguising the break on it a little bit.
That one misses the zone as well. Can't get him to swing on this one, though, and the count will leave on at 1. Disco Turkeys entered this game allowing just over 8 per game. 8 runs, that is. That one is lined foul.
Not foul by much either. I mean, loud contact, too. Probably over 100 on the exit velo on it. Just couldn't quite keep it fair, but good swing. Just kind of straighten that one out.
Nevertheless, it's a strike for Taman, and a 1-2 count is what Hunter Hutchins is faced with. The runner on first is Matt Rivers. Hutchins stepping back into the box. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Tainman, looking to get out of the inning. Off and running, and the ball in the dirt. The throw is in time, but losing the ball was Conklin.
Tough play right there. Throw was there, although it was on a hop again. It was in time. And Conklin just couldn't quite get a handle on it off the hop.
Big
Tough play.
stolen base there from Matt Rivers, and it puts him in scoring position. 2-2 count for Hunter Hutchins. 1 for 1 today. A single in the first, a walk in the second. That one swung on and ripped into right field, but it's foul. quick look back at Rivers on second by Tainman. Called strike 3, and Tainman strikes out the side, walks off the mound with some confidence, and we'll head to the bottom of the third. Disco Turkeys blank the Ponies for the first time this game here in the top of the third. Lead still 4-6-2 game. Disco Turkeys up to bat after this. Welcome you back here to Truist Stadium, where the Disco Turkeys are up to bat, and the crowd is letting their team hear their excitement as head coach Kirk Cabana has trotted his way out to third base, and he's wearing a sparkly jacket out there, and the fans showing their appreciation. It's Dane Stewart stepping into the box here as we start the bottom of the third. A hot shot, first pitch, getting through the infield for a base hit for Stewart, starting things off strong here in the bottom of the third.
There's one way to change the mojo, Coach. You break out the sequin leisure suit, and right off the bat, you get a base knock.
Stewart starting things off here for the Disco Turkeys, and for Stewart, that's his third hit of the season. Has played in all 5 games, brought a 182 average into this one. He's come on strong recently, the Wake Forest product has, playing here at Truist Stadium rather than the nearby Truist Park of the Demon Deacons. It'll bring up Henry Cooler, the number 3 hitter. He'll watch that one bounce in the dirt. Stewart wisely watching Morrison collect that one behind the dish, and he'll stay put at first. The count still goes to 1-0 though.
Yeah, Cooler, as you said, had that double his first time up. Good opportunity here, maybe go the other way. A lot of space down that left field line. We know he can do it.
Called strike 1. Cooler has been seeing the ball well though.
Yeah, it's not his pitch either. That's a good take, especially up at the count 1-0.
Watches that one as well. That one outside the zone. 2-1 the count now. The Disco Turkeys as a team brought a .257 batting average into this game. That's a pretty good number for a team so far, and their 1-3 record doesn't really reflect it, but you've got to wonder how soon that will change.
You have to, for sure, in a couple of situations that we talked about having to come through and execute on. They've done so to this point. There's another one right here. You get a leadoff single. Can't afford to leave him stranded. You got him on. Now you got to get him over and get him in.
The breaking ball was hung into the strike zone, and the only thing Cooler can do is pop it into center field, where the Martinsville outfield will settle underneath it, and Stewart will stay at first as Cooler is retired. It'll bring up Logan Conklin, who has been hot lately. And for Conklin, he leads the team in hits with 5 and also second in batting average, only behind Nick McKedden.
Here's the guy to get it going right now.
Conklin walked his first time up.
As we said, he's seeing the ball really, really well.
Off and running is Stewart. Got a little bit of a late jump, but he's in time. Safe at second, a big steal for Dane Stewart. And a runner in scoring position for the dangerous Logan Conklin. As a 1-0 count, the ball missed the zone as well.
Yeah, big time steal right there to get a guy in scoring position here with one out and a guy that we know can make solid contact and put the ball in play.
A big swing and a miss on a pitch that was up and in.
Yeah, that's the right spot right there on the mound. Coming up and in against the guy that wants to see the ball up.
Dane Stewart on second. Disco Turkeys down by 4. Bounces that one to the plate, does Van Bogart, but it'll keep Stewart at second as Morrison made a pretty good play on it behind the plate, blocking that one up with the chest protector.
Yeah, good stuff right there behind the plate. Very formed block right there. Able to pop right back up, get it corralled.
Logan Conklin, 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball is grounded foul. It'll be a 1-2 count now.
Can't try and do too much here if you're Logan Conklin. Find a hole somewhere.
And with his contact rate, you've got to know that he's a very disciplined hitter. If he makes a swing at something, it's going to be a pretty good pitch. Here's the pitch. Missing the zone, a great eye there.
And see, exactly, that's what you talked about right there. When you're seeing the ball as well as he is, and you're making contact as often and as well as he is, a pitch like that, a front door slider down and in that 9 out of 10 guys will swing at, he's going to stare right at it and spit on it.
Full count now. Here's the 3-2. Driven into left field. Got all of that one. Going back is the outfield for Martinsville and making the catch on the run. It'll keep Stewart at second. Would have been a tough tag anyway. A good drive from Conklin on a full count, but nevertheless, it is the second out of the inning for the Ponies, and it'll bring up Trey Newman.
Yeah, hard hit, just got under it a little bit. Didn't quite barrel it up as much as you'd like him to. As you said, you know, it looked like he got all of it off the bat, but you could tell that when that ball kind of died getting down near the warning track, it's a situation where you didn't quite barrel it up as well as you probably could have or would have liked to, and that's where it ends up.
So it'll bring up Trey Newman. RBI single his last time up. And that pitch will be high and in for ball 1 to start things off to Newman. Big opportunity for the Disco Turkeys to cut that lead down at least.
Cannot afford to leave him stranded at second base.
Runners left on base has been a bit of an issue for the Disco Turkeys so far this year. Not as much as walks and errors in the field, though. That one will be a called strike on the outside part of the plate, 1-1 count.
Yeah, good pitch there on the outer edge.
And despite the shortcomings of the team so far this year, you can see that there's a bright future ahead. A lot of talent at the plate, on the mound, and in the field all the way around for this Carolina team.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, as we talked about.
That one is driven by Newman up into the Bermuda's Triangle area. Ranging over to make the play is the second baseman for the Ponies, and it will, in fact, leave Stewart on second after his first pitch hit to start the inning. We'll go to the top of the 4th. Martinsville still up by 4, 6-2 game, coming back after this. Welcome you back here to Truist Stadium, where Boogie, the mascot here at the Disco Turkeys home stadium, is up to some antics on the first base side, but it'll be the Ponies who are trying to get back to their antics as we start the top of the fourth. They hold a 4-run lead, 6-2, the tally, with Martinsville on top.
That almost hit Boogie. Was headed his direction.
In the box here.
It's hard to miss him with a head that big.
Here's the pitch from Tainman.
We will say this, though, as far as quality of mascot costumes go, Boogie is of the highest quality of the Textile League, for sure.
It's not even close. Newey, a big swing and a miss. It'll even the count at 2.
I guarantee you he's not sitting on changeup 2-1. That's why he came unglued.
That one nearly got the outside corner, but it'll put the count at full.
That looked good from up here. I'm going to try not to comment too much on that.
Call's going both ways. That one clearly missed the zone. It'll put another man on first.
Hey, he doesn't seem to be giving a lot, or giving any really, on that outside corner. It seems like the opposite corner right there, the inside corner to righties, the outside corner to lefties, he's giving a lot of, but that outside corner to righties, the inside corner to lefties, he is not giving anything on. And the one thing, look, as a player, as a hitter, you're okay with that as long as he's consistent with it. So far he has been.
The offering from Tainman to Michael Morrison will miss the zone. It's a 1-0 count.
The second time Newey's walked in the ball game.
Ground ball to second. This could be a double play. The first out is made. The throw from Smith not in time to get the man at first, but the lead out was gotten, and so Morrison will be safe at first, but 1 out in the inning here for the Disco Turkeys.
Yeah, the lead out, the important out. Good to get 1 out with the middle of the order coming up for Martinsville.
Looked like the transition from Conklin was a little bit slow, and it led Smith a little bit high as well.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit quicker up to second base with it, but not a whole lot you can do there.
That first pitch line to second, Conklin can't get it in time, and so in right field, Stewart will fire a rocket to second base. Leadoff single, not leadoff, but a big single there from the number 5 spot. That was Lucas Boziger, and it'll bring Addison Clark up. He's been sat down twice, but this is the first time he's faced Tainman.
Yeah, Conklin almost made a heck of an acrobatic play over there to try and keep it in the infield, and good play by the right fielder to come up on that. Hold him at second.
So runners on first and second for the Ponies. 1 out. Here's the pitch from Tainman. That one's grounded to third, and it's through. And the lead runner, Newey, will be held at third. So the single from Boziger Clark does a little bit of damage, but not enough. And it'll be O'Dur, who's having himself a day so far. Already 4 RBIs, 4 of the 6 for the Ponies. He's in the right-handed batter's box with the bases loaded. First big jam for Tainman to get out of here in his appearance. Here's the first pitch. Almost dropped back into the zone, and you can tell that O'Dur wanted it, but it wasn't in time. Stayed high of the zone, 1-0 count.
Yeah, Conklin wants that strike call, though. I can guarantee you that.
Big swing and a miss there from O'Dur, and the count will even at 1.
That situation, when in Conklin's case, you're behind in the count. He's sitting dead red on a big piece of cheese over the middle. You get him with the old changeup.
Here's the pitch from Tainman, and Newman will fire it back to him. 2-1 count.
Good spot to miss, though, down on the way with the slider. A guy like this that's 2 for 2 with 4 RBIs today, you don't want to miss over the heart of the plate.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fouled back towards the Disco Turkey dugout, and the count will even up yet again, 2-2 now. Big spot here for Tainman. Here's the 2-2. Back pick to first, throw not in time. Keeping Clark honest. And the count will go to full. 1 out in the inning, so no motion on the base paths, presumably. Corners are in.
You check corners in, force at any base in the event that one's hit slowly.
Here's the 3-2. Swung on and missed. Foul tip, says the home plate umpire. One way or the other, it's a big second out of the inning for Tainman, and it'll bring up Lucas Burnett as the bases are still loaded. Last chance here for the Ponies.
That is a huge second out, and again, the hottest guy in the order right now. You're able to get him to chase one like that. That is massive. Build off that momentum. Get out of this jam if you can.
Swung on, first pitch into right center field. Coming over to make the play is Stewart, and that will leave scoreless half inning for the Ponies, and we'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Disco Turkey still down 6-2. Chance to claw back at it after this. Welcome you back here to Truist Stadium. Bottom of the fourth, Disco Turkeys have a chance to get back into this one. They're down by 4. And it'll bring up Dino Tharp, who's been having a pretty good season at the plate so far. Second in hits to Logan Conklin with 4 entering this one. Had an RBI single his first time up, so he has tied that lead up. Now tied for first. First pitch to him from Van Bogart. Missed the zone. That one's lined to third, and it was dropped. And he's going to have to beat this one out. A long throw, sliding into first in time. What a play, both by the third baseman for the Ponies and on the base paths. I think that Tharp thought that the ball had been caught, so he hesitated a little bit. And every youth baseball coach's nightmare seeing him slide into first.
I was going to say, there are so many Little League coaches that are probably tuning into this stream that just turn their head away like they're watching a horror film.
At least he didn't slide head first. It worked out for him. And it'll bring up Caleb Smith.
He's on base. That's all that matters. The next day, the only thing that'll show up
is an infield single.
And the on-base percentage goes up 1.
I think they, on the scoreboard here in Truist Stadium, they've charged that as an error to the third baseman.
There's no way that should be an error.
I don't agree with that. That was a very hard hit line drive.
I mean, yes, the ball's hit right at him, but goodness, it was hit like 110 miles an hour off the bat. I mean,
And the throw following the
throw still almost beat him.
It was a great throw across the diamond as the 0-1 pitch to Smith will miss the zone. Christian Ezel on deck. Smith today 0 for 1 with a line out to third base.
He hit the ball hard in his first at-bat, though.
Yeah, that he did. He worked the count pretty deep into it.
That's
down
not
to the
what you
pitcher.
want.
Throw is in time. Safe at second.
They pulled him off the bag.
They said that Tharp was safe. Throw off the bag. I never saw the call at first.
The call at first was also safe.
If the Disco Turkeys have 2 runners on as a result of this play, this is a big break. And there's a conference between the 2 umpires out there near the pitcher's mound. Safe at second is Tharp. Smith is out at first. So it'll be 1 out and a runner in scoring position for Christian Ezel. It will still be charged as a fielder's choice and an error.
Yeah, you'll score the man reaching at second if you're scoring at home like I am right now. You'll score the man reaching at second.
They've taken the error off the board for some reason. I think that still should be an error.
The guy reaching at second, scoring-wise, would reach on an error, and then the out at first becomes a fielder's choice.
That one is lined into left field, but directly to where the left fielder was standing for the Ponies, and a quick 1-pitch at bat for Christian Ezel will bring up Nick McKedden.
Yeah, not the ideal scenario right there.
McKedden also lined into left his last time up. His second time up here in the bottom of the 4th. 2 outs. The runner on second is Dino Tharp. Off speed, line to third. Backhanded, make the play, and the scoop not there. Tharp rounding third. He'll come around to score, and McKedden will advance all the way to second on the throwing error made by the Ponies' third baseman. It's a 6-3 ball game.
Fortunate break right there. Great pick over there at the hot corner to snag that off the short hop. But then he rushed to throw a little bit, not able to scoop it up off the dirt and save the error. Bounces off the facing of the dugout there on top of the camera well. And the Disco Turkeys get a much-needed run on the second error now of the inning.
And it'll bring up the top of the order. That's probably the most important part of this, other than the fact that the run was scored. As we said, a 6-3 ball game now, and it'll be Dion Tubbs coming up into the left-handed batter's box for the Disco Turkeys.
No RBI on that play as it was on an error.
Off speed, finding the outside part of the plate for strike 1.
Yeah, just caught the outside corner right there. Good overhand breaking ball. We've seen a lot from him tonight is that overhand low to mid-70 breaking ball.
That one driven into deep right field. Going back and still going back is that ball. Is it fair? No, it is foul. A very long strike for Kobe Van Bogart. And Dion Tubbs got all of that one.
Oh, you just got to straighten it out just a little bit, Graham. I mean, my goodness.
And Tubbs not really a power guy. He does have 3 hits this year, tied for 3rd on the team. That one outside the zone, high of the strike zone. It'll be a 1-2 count now. This will be the 70th pitch from Kobe Van Bogart, and there is no action in the Martinsville bullpen. That one swung on and missed for strike and out number 3, but the Disco Turkeys get one back. We'll go to the top of the 5th. 6-3 ball game now. Ponies due up. We'll bring you back here to Truist Stadium. Graham Tuck on the call with Brett Wiseman beside me. Top of the 5th here in Winston-Salem. The Disco Turkeys of Carolina have gotten one back from the Martinsville Ponies, but the score is still 6-3. Martinsville in front. And it'll be 9-1-2 due up for Martinsville in this half inning. Matt Rivers starting things off. He got a base hit his last time up. Called strike 1 will start this at-bat out. Oh, 1 is lined to third base, and not able to make the play was McKedden. And so into left field. Base hit is Matt Rivers.
Yeah, good piece of hitting right there the other way.
Not playing like he belongs at the bottom of the lineup, but it'll bring up the top Josh Jones for his 4th plate appearance in 5 innings.
Shows you how much traffic they've had on the bases already. Again, thanks to a lot of the walks from AC Plum, which is, of course, something.
0-1 pitch is in the zone, a called strike 2, and Jones is behind early.
Of course, something he'll look to correct himself on.
I apologize. That was just the first pitch on the scoreboard. It was listed as an 0-2 count. Quick throw over to keep Matt Rivers close at first. Here's the pitch. It's in the dirt. A good pick out of the dirt there in the left-handed batter's box from Trey Newman will keep Rivers at first for the time being.
Very good pick and pop right there.
36 pitches now on the night for Tainman, and that's the 37th. It's a called strike 2. Tainman making his debut in this one in the top of the 3rd in relief of AC Plum, who did not have the best night, to say the least. Couldn't quite get control of his stuff. Saw a couple of flashes of really good control and then started short-arming it, and that one's fouled off. It'll keep Jones alive in the batter's box, and you can see that if Plum ever gets complete confidence out there on the mound, he's going to be dangerous for the Disco Turkeys so far and going into the rest of the season, but he's got to get command before he can do that.
That's the only problem, and you could see the difference. You could, literally, just see the difference.
1-2 pitch is popped up into shallow right field. Coming in to make the play is Stewart, and it will be out number 1 as Josh Jones is retired, and will bring up Hunter Hutchins. Hutchins is 1 for 2. Had a single his first time up, and then a walk and a strikeout looking his last time up. And as we were talking about earlier, a lot of traffic on the base paths, but the fact that there's only 6 runs on the board, as strange as it sounds, it's kind of amazing, is because...
It's kind of a blessing in disguise, really.
Correctly, because Tainman and Plum, both of them were pretty good at stranding runners. That one's lined up the middle, a great shot there from Hutchins. Rounding second, going to third is Matt Rivers. The throw from Tubbs, it's going to be close. Throw is almost in time, but safe at third is Matt Rivers, so a big hit there right up the middle from Hunter Hutchins. Runners on the corners for Bennett Newey.
That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, Graham, but what a throw there from center by Tubbs. Good read on it, good crow hop. One heck of a strike right there, almost nabbed him.
So it'll be Bennett Newey here with 1 out, runners on the corners, top of the 5th. .40 pitches now on the evening for Tainman.
If nothing else, a really good job by him, as we talked about. They bring him into situations like this to kind of limit damage. Good job by him of being able to eat some of these middle innings.
Still no other action in the Disco Turkey bullpen. So it'll be Tainman as he extends his lead on the team for innings pitched. Now up to 10 2/3. He gets a swinging strike from Newey on that one. His first delivery in this plate appearance. It's a 0-1 count. And as well for Martinsville, no action in their bullpen, so it appears that Van Bogart will continue his night. That offering from Tainman is outside of the zone for ball 1. Here's the pitch. Just high of the mark, and it'll be a 2-1 count. Getting back in the lead in this at-bat is Bennett Newey.
That didn't miss by much. Perfect spot, perfect location. Just couldn't quite get it back to the outside corner.
Another good eye from Newey there as Tainman misses the zone again. It's a 3-1 count now.
And that's two really good pitches that he spit on right there. Two really good breaking balls just off the outer edge. A lot of guys would go after and try and shoot the other way.
And offering back to first caught Tharp off guard. Able to block it up though. 3-1 count to the batter, Newey still. The runner on first is Hutchins. Matt Rivers on third. That one lined between third and shortstop. Rivers will score easily, and advancing just one base is Hutchins. So the lead is extended back to 4 for the Ponies, and the first run they've scored since Tainman entered the ball game. It's a 7-3 contest.
Yeah, hanging breaking ball right there from Tainman. Center cut, middle of the plate. Good job by Newey, though. Didn't come unglued. Didn't try to do too much with it. Stayed composed. Stayed through the baseball. Barreled it up for a single through the left side there.
There'll be Michael Morrison digging his way into the right-handed batter's box. Watches that one go by for a called strike one. Ponies are out hitting the Disco Turkeys 9-4 through 4.5. 4 1/3, really. That one missing the zone. It's 1-1. Pretty good crowd here at Truist Stadium for the home opener.
Very good crowd here. It's a lot of people out there in left center field in the Foothills Brewery area.
That one missing the mark. Newman lost it in his mask. And everybody advancing one base. It's a 3-1 count.
Yeah, it didn't get away far enough to where he would have seen it. Wouldn't have moved up.
Go ahead. Yeah, and Newman, if he hadn't had that mask on, he probably would have been able to see it. It was near his feet, but wisely noticing that Newman couldn't see it, Hutchins advances, and that will make the count 3-1. Tainman seems to have lost his groove that he had in the third and fourth.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing any action down the right field line in that Disco Turkey bullpen yet.
That one skied right to dead center. Tagging up is Hutchins. Tubbs has an arm. He makes the throw and elects to just hit the cutoff man, Caleb Smith. Coming in to score is Hutchins. It's 8-3.
Yeah, right play right there. Hit well too deep to make a play on that. Get the ball in. Trade the out for the run at this point. Smart play. Safe play.
And so we'll have a pinch hitter here for the Martinsville Ponies. Coming into the box, it'll be Hudson Rowe in place of Lucas Boziger. Boziger is 0 for 1 today, or was. Had drawn a walk twice and a fielder's choice. Rowe from Magna Vista High School and Everett University. And watch the first pitch go by for ball 1. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. 8-3 is the Martinsville lead, largest of the ball game. 2-0 count now to Rowe. Still no action in the Disco Turkey bullpen.
I thought I saw somebody starting to stretch and throw and get loose out there, and it looks like, yes, Scout Nichols, who's had a fair amount of action early on this season, is making his way out there and starting to get loose.
Scout Nichols has appeared in all 4 games so far for the Disco Turkeys. The only pitcher that can say that. And a swing and a miss from Rowe will even the count at 2.
Hayden Setzer does not appear he'll be in the game at all tonight. I mean, he's in street clothes, aside from his jersey.
Strike 0-3 called. A big pitch and a big spot from Tainman. He'll get out of the inning, but the damage has been done. 2 runs on the board for the Ponies, makes the lead 8-3. 5-run deficit that the Disco Turkeys will try to chip away at in the bottom of the 5th when we come back. Welcome you back here to Truist Stadium, bottom of the 5th here. Disco Turkeys down 5, 8-3. It's Dane Stewart starting things off, the number 2 spot. Checks his swing. The appeal to first, he did not go, so it'll be a first pitch ball from Kobe Van Bogart.
Job to hold up on that tough breaking ball.
And for the Disco Turkeys, they've got to start chipping away at this lead for Martinsville soon before they go to their bullpen.
Yeah, the halfway point of the ball game right now.
Got to try to chase Van Bogart as quickly as you can. The breaking ball misses the zone. It's 2-0.
It's only up to 74 pitches now, so right now is the time to get that pitch count up into the mid-80s, up into the 90s. Then the wheels start to turn in the bullpen.
The same check swing as the pitch before, but a different spot from Van Bogart, and it will make the count 2-1.
They brought that a little bit further up to the knees.
Another similar check swing. Doesn't look like he's really offering at any of these pitches.
It doesn't. It looks like Van Bogart's
take side,
throwing the same pitch over and over again. So
3-1. And it'll work out in Stewart's favor as he gets to first safely.
Waited out in the first 4 pitches of the at-bat breaking balls. He waits out a fastball and misses with it. He's on base to kick off the inning. Good stuff.
A good rebound from Stewart at the plate after a 3-pitch strikeout his first time up in the first inning. Since then, a single and a walk.
Next up, left fielder.
He does his job as a leadoff hitter as he'll get on first safely. And the man behind him, Hudson Cooler, Cooler will watch the first pitch go by. Ball 1.
Shift on the middle infield, the outfield as well. A lot of space down that left field line if you want to go the other way.
And for Henry Cooler, the junior outfielder, has started all 5 games for the Disco Turkeys, and that one's grounded to second. This could be 2. Ranging towards first, bobbled it. Wow, what a call there. He was out. That was a bang-bang play.
Oh, goodness.
And fortunately for the Disco Turkeys, though, the bobble made by the second baseman meant that the lead runner would be safe at second, and Kurt Cabana's coming out to have a word with the infield umpire about this one. Don't know if he'll have much success, as the call has not been shifted, so it'll be Cooler with a ground out to second, but it advances Dane Stewart.
I don't know how you couldn't have success when you're in a jacket like that. If I'm an umpire, that sways me a little bit.
Well, swaying the Disco Turkeys fans right now is the fact that they have a runner on second. It's Dane Stewart, and Logan Conklin, who's still searching for his first hit today, is at the plate.
Should be an error in a fielder's choice right there, but Fortunate for the Ponies to get an out on it, but also fortunate for the Disco Turkeys to get a runner in scoring position with one out.
Well, if you're the Ponies, you'll take the first. Happy to just get one out there. Oh, big line shot from Conklin, but it's straight into center field, and Stewart will not even attempt to advance on that one. And it's a quick 2 outs for the Ponies, and it'll bring up Trey Newman.
Yeah, frustrating right there for Conklin. You square it up like that. It's the kind of night it's been so far. A lot of the balls that have been squared up been right at guys in blue shirts.
Newman's had a pretty good night at the plate so far. His first night in Disco Turkey's white, coral, and powder blue. And for Newman, he's 1 for 2. RBI single his first time up, and the second, a big fly out to right field. Here's the start of his third, a breaking ball that comes into the zone, strike 1. Swinging on that one was Newman, pops it up into foul territory, and the first baseman will make the play, and it'll end the inning for the Disco Turkeys. We'll go to the top of the 6th. Still an 8-3 ball game. More Disco Turkeys baseball after this. Hey, Ostentation Nation, visit the Foul Territory Team Store today in order to grab all your favorite Carolina Disco Turkeys merchandise to show your team spirit. You can visit the team store at Truist Stadium during our next home game or at discoturkeys.com. We'll bring you back to the top of the 6th here in Truist Stadium. Graham Tuck here with Brett Wiseman beside me as we've got a pinch hitter to start things off for the Martinsville Ponies. They're up 8-3 here in the top of the 6th. It'll be Justin Steens coming in for Addison Clark. And we've got a bit of a delay as Tainman is circling the mound a bit.
The umpire's trying to correct things on his lineup card there in the pocket.
And so Steens will step into the right-handed batter's box now. His first appearance for the Martinsville Ponies. Here's the pitch from Tainman. A big swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Got completely fooled on that one, and Steens behind 0-1.
You ain't kidding. Good slider right there. Howdy, if you're waving at me.
Tainman working quickly. Here's the 0-1. Another swing and a miss on a ball that bounced to the plate. Steens not seeing it very well as of yet.
I felt a draft up here, Graham. Did you get a whiff of that breeze right there?
I might have gotten a speck of dirt in my eye. Nevertheless, it's an 0-2 count. Another big swing and a miss, and it's a 3-pitch strikeout for Ben Tainman. And it'll be the first out of the inning here for the Disco Turkeys. A good start to the top of the 6th.
He carved the kid up like a holiday ham. Goodness gracious.
A good choice of animal there. We don't eat turkeys in this household. And it'll be the Disco Turkeys facing off against another pinch hitter for Martinsville. It'll be Joe Swainkamp coming in for Nick O'Dur. And I suppose that at this point the Ponies are just trying to see what they've got up and down their lineup, because O'Dur had been having one heck of a day at the plate. And so for Disco Turkeys fans, a sigh of relief as he's out of the ballgame.
Yeah, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth right there. I mean, this is the first game of the season for the Ponies, as we touched on. So at this point in the ballgame, you got a 5-run lead. It's not exactly safe, but you still want to be sure you get some guys some at-bats.
That one missing the zone again from Tainman.
And Tainman's just out here. Main objective for him right now is just to continue to eat innings.
And for Tainman, he is nearing his high for innings pitched as we're here in the top of the 6th. His high so far this season is 4 innings, and if he finishes this one, that would match it. The 2-1 pitch is fouled off by Swainkamp, and counts even at 2 with 1 out here in the top of the 6th.
And Taman's doing a really good job here, just staying consistent, staying composed, not showing any signs of slowing down or any fatigue out there.
Big pitch here for Tainman. Grounded back to him. A good play from the pitcher, and he almost wanted to take it himself, but he'll flip it to Tharp instead. 2 up, 2 down for the Ponies.
He could have. I mean, he stabbed that thing right out of midair. We know who won pitchers fielding their position in camp.
Taman's a guy who's got a lot of swagger about himself on the mound, and you've noticed that every single time.
It's awesome to see, too. I mean, those are the kind of guys. We know pitchers are more weirder individuals than normal people. Taman just seems like one of those guys that's just super awkward in real life, but like he goes on the mound, he turns into a completely different person.
And he's an animal up there, and he's acting like it right now as he's in a groove, finding the zone called first strike. It's Lucas Burnett in the box for the Ponies. That one bounces to the plate, and it'll even the count at 1.
Action down there in the bullpen now. Graham Scout Nichols looks like he's gotten back up and is loosening again.
Here's the 1-1, grounded back towards Tainman again. A sliding play from his
you kidding me?
Ben Tainman, I think you got to leave him in the game after that.
You can't take him out after the whip, Jim. Come on!
Ben Tainman making a heck of a play to keep the Disco Turkeys down by only 5. A good half inning from him. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. 8-3, Martinsville still on top. We'll bring you back here, bottom of the 6th here at Truist Stadium. Disco Turkeys coming to bat. It's the 6-7-8 due up. Dino Tharp leading things off. Graham Tuck here bringing you the call. Brett Wiseman beside me on the color commentary side of things. And for the Disco Turkeys, they're hopeful that they can get some runs on the board before they chase Kobe Van Bogart. First pitch is low for ball 1. Some action finally in the Martinsville bullpen. It's William Clark, the right-hander out of Emory and Henry College and Carlisle High School. Getting some action, and Tharp will sky that one to shortstop. Throws his bat aside in disgust as an easy play for the Martinsville shortstop, and it's out number 1 pretty quickly. It'll bring up Caleb Smith.
Yeah, that's a pitch he knows he can very well drive and can do a lot more with than what he just did. Frustration for sure all around. Not just him, but everybody in the lineup.
And for Caleb Smith, he's 0 for 2 today. Went 2 for 3 last time out against the High Toms. That one's grounded to short, seeing the ball well, hopped up. Weird play, and a good play made by the short to even things out.
Yeah, good pick made there at first base. A bit of a low throw that time.
We've hit 10 p.m. here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. There's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. And it'll bring up Christian Ezel, the designated hitter. 0 for 2 today. The bottom 3 of the order is a combined 0 for 7 so far tonight, and that's not going to cut it if you're trying to cut into an 8-run scoring output by the opponent. That first pitch is grounded hard to third. Took a funky hop over there, and the throw is in time. What a pick at first to dig the ball out of the dirt. A quick 3 up, 3 down for the Disco Turkeys, and it'll bring us to the top of the 7th. Martinsville still on top. 8-3 is the lead. We'll bring you back here in the top of the 7th. Game 2/3 of the way over, and it's an 8-3 lead for the Ponies of Martinsville against the Carolina Disco Turkeys in the home opener of their 2021 and inaugural season. It's Matt Rivers stepping into the box. Had a pretty good day at the plate so far. 2 for 3 and 2 singles in his last 2 times up. He watches the first pitch from Tainman go by for ball 1. We called it the last half inning. Taman's got a swagger about himself right now, despite the fact that he has now matched his season high in innings pitched with 4 even. And if he can't find the zone, his night might be over soon. However, he's looking good out there right now, as that one is lined into center field directly at Tubbs, though, and he'll catch it for out number 1. So a quick first out for the Disco Turkeys, and it'll bring up the leadoff man, Josh Jones, his 5th time up.
Next up, number 23, Josh Jones.
Taman doing a really good job, as we talked about. I mean, his objective right now is just to eat innings, get through at least this 6th.
Taman, that one inside. Thought it might have caught the corner, but it's called a ball.
Yeah, not quite where he wanted to miss with that one.
Here's the 1-0. Swung on a big fly high into left center field. Both Cooler and Tubbs settling underneath it, but it'll be Tubbs that makes the catch for the second straight plate appearance, and it's 2 quick outs for the Disco Turkeys.
And that's what you wanted at Attainment right now. You get a quick inning like that, maybe leave him out for the 7th, but Scout Nichols is loosening ever faster down the right field line there in the bullpen.
Officially the most innings pitched in an appearance for Attainment so far this season. 4 2/3 as we stand now. And it will bring up a pinch hitter for the Martinsville Ponies. It's going to be, I apologize, it's Braxton Downham. Was listed as number 9 in our program, now wearing number 21. From Virginia and Wesleyan, and he watches the first pitch from Tainman go by for ball 1. The 1-0 is inside, dodging to get out of the way of it, and it's 2-0. Pitch. A little bit low for ball 3. And the pinch hitting Downham will have the take sign, you've got to think.
Yeah, you don't want to go green light here 3-0 with a 5-run lead.
That one's in there, though, for strike 1, and now it's a hitter's count.
You had a pitch out there if you're Taman, knowing you had the take sign anyway, so you're able to steal yourself a strike.
Ball 4, high and in, and the first base runner of the inning for the Ponies. And it will bring up yet another pinch hitter for the Ponies. It's going to be Grayson Chitwood of Ferrum College.
Very good D2 program up there in upstate Virginia.
Or Nova, as they like to call it there. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th still. First pitch to Chitwood will miss the zone. That one finds the zone, though. Getting back and evening the count is Tainman. It's 1-1.
Interesting delivery right there from Taman. You saw a little bit of a slide step right there, keeping the runner honest at first base and able to get that over for a strike.
That's something you see a lot from a righty. That one was effectively a pitch out, but not what he meant to do there. 2-1 count.
Not by design, but it worked as such.
Officially the most pitches thrown in an appearance this season by Tainman, as often running is the runner on first, Downham. He'll be there safely at second, a stolen base.
Yeah, great jump right there.
And the ball missed the zone as well, so it's a 3-1 count. 78 pitches. His previous high for an appearance was 76. And he's had his stuff on today. Only 2 runs allowed in almost 5 innings pitched. Three-two count here with 2 outs. Believe it to be 3-1 though on the scoreboard in Truist Stadium. It's listed as 3-2. Regardless, the ball missed the zone, and it's another walk issued by the Disco Turkeys. So runners on first and second. Up over 80 pitches now is Tainman. And you've got to wonder if this batter, Morrison, isn't the last of the inning for the Disco Turkeys, if Tainman has seen the end of his run tonight.
There are a couple more pinch hitters here, Graham. Again, as we said, Martinsville just looking to get some guys some at-bats at this point in the ball game.
Morrison watches that one go by for a called strike 1. Just a lift of the leg to look back at second to keep Downham there. A liner to second is going to get through into right field. Rounding third is down, and we'll have a play at the plate. The throw is offline. Tainman cuts it off, but the run is in. 9-3 ball game. Martinsville scores one here in the top of the 7th. Advancing all the way to third is Chitwood, and a big RBI single from Morrison.
Yeah, big time right there. Able to get an insurance run, push this lead to 6. Taman did the right thing right there by acrobatically cutting that ball off, because if he doesn't, it goes to the backstop, and the Disco Turkeys are in a whole nother mess of trouble if that ball gets away.
Largest lead of the ball game right now. It's 6. 9-3 is the Martinsville advantage. It'll bring up Hudson Rowe. Came in as a pinch hitter in what was the 6th inning, I believe. The chant, "Let's go Turkeys," here in Truist Stadium. It's a 1-1 count now.
You love to see that support us even down 6.
The crowd getting into it now. Turkeys have been out hit tonight 10-4. Just unable to solve Kobe Van Bogart for the most part.
I hear some turkey calls out in the crowd too.
The 1-1 pitch will miss the zone. 2-1 the count now to Rowe. Still 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, rather. 2-1. Swung on and missed a big second strike. And Tainman just one pitch away from ending this appearance and getting out of Dodge with a runner on third here in the top of the 7th. A big swing and a miss, strike 3. Rowe gets sat down by Tainman, and that'll do it for the top of the 7th. The run was on the board, though. The lead extended to 6. 9-3 is the tally as we head to the bottom of the 7th. More Disco Turkeys baseball after this. We welcome you back in to Truist Stadium as the 7th inning stretch has just wrapped up. Bottom of the 7th here, Disco Turkeys down by 6. Looking to get back into it as Kobe Van Bogart is still on the mound. 6+ innings pitched. Nobody in the bullpen right now. And we're looking to avoid a 4th straight loss for the Disco Turkeys after opening the season with a win against the High Toms of High Point Thomasville. This is only the 2nd game in the Textile League play this season for the Disco Turkeys. All 3 other games have been against CPL opponents.
Yeah, don't want to start 0-2.
Update from Boone in extra innings, the final, a barn burner between the Owls and the Bigfoots, but it's Boone who comes out on top. 11-10 the final. A great game there. You want to go and look at the box score. It was in the 10th inning. Statesville tied things up at 8 in the top of the 9th with 3 runs, then got 2 in the top of the 10th, and 3 runs scored by the Bigfoots to walk off on Statesville in the bottom of the 10th inning. So the first win in franchise history for the Boone Bigfoots, a big moment there. For the moment, It's Nick McKedden in the box for the Disco Turkeys. He's got a 1-1 count against him. We'll see those Boone Bigfoots in just a little bit of time.
Next week.
June 11th, it'll be at Boone. A big shot high into deep right field, but it'll be caught by the outfield. It appears that was Chitwood that came down with it in right field, and it'll bring up the top of the order, Dion Tubbs.
Yeah, Dion had a real good swing. His last at-bat just missed a homer.
Dion
pulled it just a little bit foul.
This next pitch will be the 90th of the evening for Van Bogart. He's been on his best stuff today, only 4 hits through 6 1/3. Called strike 1 to Tubbs. And he's behind 0-1. Want to remind you, tomorrow night you can join us here at Truist Stadium or on YouTube. Same time, same opponent, same place. Martinsville Ponies and Carolina Disco Turkeys tomorrow night at 8 p.m. And we'll bring you all the action here on YouTube. And then Sunday afternoon against the Statesville Owl at 3 p.m. That one's lined into right center field, and it's over the head of the center fielder.
Uh-oh, look out.
Dowman was playing shallow, and Tubbs has wheels. He's rounding second, heading for third. If the throw is off the mark, he might have head home, but a leadoff triple. Leadoff triple by the leadoff man, I should say, and it'll put a runner in scoring position. First big hit that we've seen given up by Van Bogart.
Yeah, that's the first breaking ball he's really left over the plate this entire game, which late into an outing like this, it's a wonder he hasn't hung a couple of those. But as we said, Dion put a really good swing on one of those.
It was only a matter of time.
It was only a matter of time until he got another one of those and straightened it out.
And for some reason, Downham was playing in center field, and you can't do that on Dion Tubbs.
No,
He's gonna, if he burns you, he's going to burn you.
Not the way he's been swinging the bat either.
Tubbs has been swinging the bat, and he's got a set of wheels on him as well. So anything over the head of the center fielder is at least 3. And we saw it there. And it'll be Stewart, Dane Stewart, that is, with a chance to bring him in. Only 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Still no action in the Pony bullpen. Grounded to third. That one will score Tubbs. And the throw, a good pick over there.
Another one in the dirt.
By Chitwood. Seen a lot of throws in the dirt over there from Matt Rivers at third. But the play of the first baseman here between Newey and Chitwood has bailed him out. The run scores, though. It's 9-4 here in Winston.
Yeah, credit Dane Stewart with an RBI right there. Not trying to do too much. Get the run home, chip away at this lead a little bit, and try and get some 2-out magic going here with Henry Cooler.
Henry Cooler coming into the box. He's 1 for 3, excuse me, with a double. And that one will hit him first pitch.
Well, that's the one way to get on base. Wear it right between the 1 and the 5 on the breaking ball.
It'll bring up dangerous Logan Conklin and Trey Newman on deck. He has been swinging the bat well, too.
And these are the 2 guys that you want in the box and on deck in this kind of a situation right now, a chance to get back in the ball game.
And see, this is dangerous for the Ponies because they still don't have anybody up in the bullpen.
Right. Why? I don't know.
Why? I don't know either, but 96 pitches on the day for Van Bogart. You've got to wonder what their pitching depth is like. If they're just trying to, they know that they've got another game tomorrow, that maybe they're trying to save arms. I'm not sure. But here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, close to 100 pitches thrown, and looks like he's starting to lose his stuff a little bit.
Yeah, he's starting to hang that breaking ball. You can see it kind of starting to flatten out a little bit.
And if there's one guy you do not want to hang a breaking ball on in this
That's
lineup,
for sure.
It's Logan Conklin.
Absolutely. Especially with that short porch down there and left.
315 to the left field corner. That one is driven high and deep into center field. Going back for it is Downham.
Just a bit.
And it'll be caught for out number 3, but the Disco Turkeys get the one back that they gave up in the top half of the inning. We'll go to the 8th. 9-4 is the advantage for Martinsville. More Disco Turkeys baseball after this. We'll bring you back into Truist Stadium. Ben Tainman is back out onto the mound. 88 pitches now, 89. As a swing and a miss there from Justin Steens, leaving the count at 1. Far and away the longest appearance of Tainman this season on the mound. Another swing and a miss. Foul tipped, but still a strike. Justin Steens is behind 1-2. Scout Nichols is still warming up in the Disco Turkey bullpen. Let's see how much longer it takes for us to see a bit of him. A swing and a miss, strike 3, the second K for Steens in his pinch hit appearance.
This
the first out of the 8th.
Dude is feeling it right now.
Tainman is so fun to watch out there on the mound. You can say what you will about his size, but he walks with a big stick, and he's dealing up there on the mound here in the top of the 8th.
Walk softly and carry a big stick, said Theodore Roosevelt, and that
Noted Disco Turkey fan at that.
Yes, very much so. Every single president in American history has been a Disco Turkey fan. They just did not know it yet.
You know, Ben Franklin actually advocated for Disco Turkey to be the national bird instead of the eagle, but, you know, George Washington...
We actually petitioned Roy Cooper to make the Disco Turkey the state bird. But,
that we did. That's not a lie.
He said Cardinals been around forever. I'm not changing it.
1-1 count to the pinch hitter, Joe Swain-Camp.
Maybe
Up to
someday.
93. One day, hopefully. Grounded back to Tainman the third time.
How about a hat trick on that stuff?
Third G1 of the afternoon for Tainman.
PFP.
And it'll be the second out of the inning. It'll bring up Lucas Burnett, a second baseman for the Ponies. He's pretty good at forcing those ground balls, is Tainman.
And that's his objective. That's his game out there. He's not trying to strike everybody out.
Oh, absolutely not.
A lot of guys you'll see try and do that. I mean, he knows where his stuff is, and he knows where his bread and butter is. That's the sinker ball down and away and down and into a lot of guys.
And he's up there. He's taken over the lead in strikeouts for pitchers of the Disco Turkeys this season in this appearance tonight. And that being said, his strikeout per 9 innings is not great. His rate is not phenomenal, but he's thrown so much.
And he's thrown so many strikes, too. It's hard to really gauge it. I mean, he doesn't walk a lot of guys. And when you bring somebody in a situation like this and where his objective is to get outs and eat innings, throwing strikes is imperative. He knows
he fills the zone a lot.
He knows his role right now, and he's filling it to a T.
The 1-1 pitch misses the zone. It's 2-1 now in favor of Burnett. That one is lined sharply towards right field, but foul, bouncing off the netting.
That's why I'm so glad we have netting extended beyond the dugouts on down the line. A lot of times, you and I have seen it in our years of watching baseball, that becomes a dangerous situation.
Especially if you're not paying attention over there. 2-2 count. Oh, thought that was strike 3 called. The entire Disco Turkey defense was headed to the dugout.
Tainman was walking off the mound. Fans were going to the concourse to get their next round of beers before last call. Apparently not.
Full count. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Driven to the right side, and that is the 100th pitch of the day for Ben Tainman.
I mean, for guys not a starter, you talk about grinding things out.
Oh, absolutely. This will be... If my math is correct, he's gone 5 2/3, a pitch away from being 6 full.
In a relief outing. I mean, you got to tip your cap to the kid.
And what should have been, according to the fans here at Truist, a strikeout to end the inning for Burnett is instead ball 4 and a walk, and it'll bring up Matt Rivers, who's been having himself a day.
That he has. Couple of singles.
And a big, strong line out to center field last time up.
And even the ground out
First pitch out back at Tainman, and that'll be another single. 3 for 5 on the day is Rivers. And the throw to Conklin from Tubbs nearly got Burnett. If Conklin had been a little bit more purposeful about it, might have had him, and that'll do it for Tainman. What a day he's
What
had.
an effort.
101 pitches, 5 2/3, and only 3 runs on the board as he came in down 6-2. What a day for Tainman. This might not be it, really.
What an effort. I mean,
yeah, that is going to do it. You see Scout Nichols lining up. Maybe not. Tainman's staying out there. Scout Nichols thought that he was
kind of
coming
walked in from the bullpen.
He did walk in
and now
from the
he's
bullpen.
walking his way back out there.
You see him strutting his way back out there with that long hair of his. And now he'll return to the dugout. But we'll bring you back to game action. It's the top of the lineup and Josh Jones. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. 102 pitches for Tainman.
I'm determined to just at least get him through this inning, it would appear.
Scoring position. Dangerous game that he's playing out there, a 2-0 count.
Even the pitches he's missing on, he's not missing by much.
He's not missing by much at all.
Now, tip your hat to the kid, man, however this inning ends up.
Great day for him on the mound, and the count's 3-0. You've got to wonder.
Now the wheels have got to start turning now.
Scout Nichols is loosening his arm.
There's somebody else warming up down there now.
That one finds the zone. Tainman saying, I'm not done yet. 3-1 count, 2 outs.
So our good friend who we saw Tuesday night make a pitching appearance, D. Hawthorne, number 20, is getting loose down there.
D. Hawthorne. That one is skied up, and I think that Tainman's going to get out of this one into foul territory. And the catch is made, out number 3. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. 105 pitches on the day for Ben Tainman. 6 full innings and only 3 runs allowed. Disco Turkey still down 5, however. We'll bring you back with more Disco Turkey baseball after this. Back here at Truist Stadium for the bottom of the 8th. 6 more outs for the Disco Turkeys to claw back from this 5-run deficit. 9-4 is the score here in Winston, as Carolina has been trailing this entire game. And it'll be Trey Newman starting things off for Carolina. He'll watch the first pitch bounce in for ball 1. Graham Tuck with Brett Wiseman beside me on the call. 11 hits for the Ponies to 5 for Carolina. "100 pitches now on the day for Kobe Van Bogart, the starter for Martinsville. Has been some action in their bullpen for the last couple of innings. It seems like he's determined to outlast.
Determined to finish this thing off if they'll let him. But again, you saw it right there. He hung the breaking ball again.
It's a 1-1 count now. 101 pitches on the day. It seems like he's determined to outlast Tainman. That's what it seems.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, if this guy's not getting pulled, I'm not getting pulled either. 10:30 p.m. now here in Winston. Again, the home opener for the Disco Turkeys not going as planned so far. 2-1 count.
The last two pitches didn't miss by much at all.
It's a 3-1 count now. And Trey Newman in danger of being the leadoff base runner for the Disco Turkeys. Not something you want to see if you're a Martinsville fan.
Not in the slightest.
That breaking ball
Well,
had eyes.
that was the same spot as the previous pitch.
Perhaps a little bit farther to the center of the plate in the eyes of home plate umpire, and it will make the count full.
Important pitch right here.
That one's lined deep into left field, and
Look out, bullpen.
Almost hit Will Clark in the Martinsville bullpen, but it's nothing but a waste of a pitch.
It's a good swing from Newman. I mean, come on. You didn't waste a swing, Graham.
I didn't say he wasted a swing. It's a waste of a pitch. Count stays full. And that one will miss. Ball 4. Newman's aboard.
I mean, you saw it all throughout that at-bat. The breaking ball is staying up. I don't know how much longer you can ride with him right now. I mean...
Well, but then you've also got pitches like the one on 3-1 that made it a 3-2 count where the breaking ball broke about 12 inches back towards the center of the plate. It's just inconsistent at this point.
Well, that's what happens when you get gassed like that.
And I'll see if he can battle back against Dino Tharp, get a double play ball perhaps. Hopefully not if you're a Disco Turkeys fan. Dino Tharp in the box, 1-0 count. That one's grounded to first, and unable to make the play is Chitwood at first. Rounding second, heading for third is Newman, and the throw will be cut off at second. A big single. We'll see if it's scored as a hit. I think it should be.
It should be. That's a tough play. A, you're holding the runner on. B, it's basically hit under you.
At the same time, though, if you're a first baseman or an infielder in any position for that,
you feel like you got to pick that.
You've got to get your glove in the dirt. Chitwood came up too quickly,
right,
and it resulted in the ball seeing it through to right field. And not only could that have been a double play, it puts Newman at third, and it brings up Caleb Smith, who will line one into right field towards the line, and it's fair ball. Fair ball. 1 run will score. It's a ground rule double for Caleb Smith. Newman will score, and there will be 2 runners in scoring position for Christian Ezel. That's going to do it for the evening for Kobe Van Bogart. Finally getting chased. Caleb Smith, if you just missed it, a ground rule double. Still no outs in the bottom of the 8th. 1 run on the board here, and what an outing for Kobe Van Bogart.
Yeah, certainly one to remember for him. And how about that to begin your year for the Martinsville Ponies? I mean, that's one heck of a pitching performance right there for the first game of the summer for those guys.
7+ for Van Bogart, and it will bring in Will Clark from the bullpen. William Clark, the righty from Emory and Henry and Carlisle High School.
Emory and Henry nearby.
And he will come into the game facing against Christian Ezel, the designated hitter. No outs, a 4-run lead.
And tying runs on deck now in the form of...
It's Nick McKedden, unless he gets pinch hit for at any point.
You want to at least... I mean, that's the idea at this point in the ballgame. You want to, at the very least, bring the tying run to the plate.
And the Disco Turkeys have been pretty good with runners in scoring position so far today, despite the fact that they've only got 5 on the board. They just haven't had many opportunities to bring them in when they've been out there.
And see, the difference between tonight and the other few nights has been the opportunities.
The opportunities have been there in the games past, but they haven't capitalized.
They've come through tonight. That's one thing to build off of. Regardless of the result tonight, you've been able to come through and drive in runs with runners in scoring position.
And A.J. Lewis and Kurt Cabana, the whole Disco Turkey staff has got to be happy about that moving forward.
They just rickrolled the ballpark.
The disco-themed music been playing all night long here at Truist Stadium. Join us tomorrow night here back at Truist against this same Martinsville Ponies team. 8 p.m. It is officially disco night at the ballpark, the first Saturday night game of the year. And then on Sunday, it'll be a 3 p.m. first pitch against the Statesville Owls, and it's another promotion that you want to be here for. We'll reveal that to you tomorrow, and we'll have some surprise special events between innings on the field. Definitely try to come out to Truist Stadium if you can. If not, we'll be here on YouTube all weekend long.
Or do both at once. Bring the AirPods.
True. Always love to see that guy back there. Normally behind home plate.
9 times out of 10, it's my dad.
The old Marlins man.
Oh, if Marlins man shows up here, we're having a party.
Well, given the promotion on Sunday, he might be here.
Is he actually from Miami? I never got an answer to that question.
I think the answer is no, but you know what? We'll extend the invitation for him to come out one way or the other. The first pitch to Christian Ezel.
We couldn't get Albert Pujols here, but doggone it if we can't get Marlins man.
We're also trying to get Jeff Kinney out here. Go through the threads on Twitter if you want to see that one. @_Graham Tuck.
Yeah, shameless self-promotion right there. Sheesh.
0-1 count to Ezel. 9-5 ball game here in the bottom of the 8th. Still no outs. Swing and a miss on a ball that bounced its way to the plate.
Have I mentioned Jose Canseco follows me on Twitter?
Okay, Brett. and the St. Louis Blues.
Well, that's not related to baseball, Graham.
Well, you make it related to everything, so I'll go ahead and throw it out there anyway. 0-2 count to Ezel. Here's the pitch. A good take there from
Very
Ezel.
good take.
Thought that one could have found the zone. Backwards K on the horizon, but instead it's a ball one.
Tried to spit on that changeup right there. A big knock right here from 1-0.
McKedden on deck and Tubbs in the hole. No outs here in the bottom of the 8th. The ground ball will score a run. Swing and a miss instead. Strike 3. Still just 1 out here in the inning.
Yeah, good pitch right there. The cut fastball tailing down on the way. Start it middle of the plate. Broke about 5 or 6 inches off into the opposite batter's box. By the time you've already committed and turned your hips, it's over. Pretty filthy cutter right there.
And so it'll be Nick McKedden. 0 for 3 on the day. Still time to change that, though. Came into this one with the highest batting average on the team. He has definitely lost that mark by now. Was batting .500.
Yeah, it's hard to keep that up consistently.
Oh, absolutely. And even Logan Conklin, who had been pretty solid above .450 coming into this contest, is 0 for 3 today. So.
He's hit the ball hard every at-bat,
absolutely.
though, so.
He's flown out to the outfield each and every time. That one bounces. It's going to score a run. The bounce off the netting. The throw not in time. It'll bounce off of Tharp. Coming in to score is Smith as well. He'll stand up and score. 2 runs on a wild pitch from Clark, and it's 9-7. Don't tune out just yet.
Things just got really, really interesting here in downtown Winston-Salem, Graham. I couldn't tell what quite happened right there. The throw, I couldn't.
The throw hit Tharp in the back. It hit him right between the 1 and the 7. And instead of being able to corral the throw from the catcher, I couldn't see who's come in because I know that they substituted out for Michael Morrison when they made the pitching switch. But the throw didn't find the glove of Will Clark. Instead, it found the back of Tharp, and it bounced all the way towards the Disco Turkey dugout. And coming in to score from second was Caleb Smith. So a 3-run bottom of the 8th already, still just 1 out. And the Disco Turkeys are only down by 2.
Right back in this ball game. Like I said, you want to bring the tying run to the plate. Well, now you've got him on deck. If McKedden gets on here, you've got the tying run to the plate. But now it's a whole different ball game.
And a 3-1 count to McKedden. And don't look now, but you can see in the bottom right part of your screen, Dion Tubbs, the leadoff man, and a big bat is on base.
Had that big double last time up.
Got all the way to third on it.
Triple, excuse me.
I think it can be scored as a double, though. That should have definitely been a double, but instead on the 3-1 count, McKedden will fly out, and the Disco Turkeys have only 4 outs left to recover the final 2 runs of this deficit, the shortest it's been in quite some time since the top of the second, excuse me, to be exact.
Well, they've gotten back into the ball game now. That's the key right now.
The Disco Turkeys have far surpassed their average scoring output so far this season.
At the very least, you've got to be pleased for Kurt Cabana and the rest of that coaching staff.
That first pitch to Tubbs was lost near the backstop. It's a 1-0 count. The Disco Turkeys so far through 4 games had plated 15 runs. They've scored half that many tonight through 7 2/3. The 1-0 finds the outside part of the plate. It's a 1-1 count to Tubbs. Shy of 4 runs per game for the Disco Turkeys so far this season, and that number will definitely be on the rise after they have put up 7, as just mentioned. That one finding the zone as well. Dion Tubbs looking hesitant to swing the bat so far in this plate appearance.
Well, that's 2 really good pitches on the outside corner. You can't really do much with them, so not bad takes.
Pretty good crowd still here in Winston. Not too many have left the stands. And good for them as the Disco Turkeys have made their way back into this one. The lead was 9-3, and now it's 9-7. Here's the 2-2 from Clark. Tubbs awaits and swings and fouls it off. A great swing at a ball that was a little bit up in the zone, if not out of the zone.
Well, a defensive swing, but still a really good one at that.
Absolutely.
It's hard to make contact on one up at the zone mid to upper 90s like that.
Tubbs 1 for 4 on the day. Stewart is on deck. He's 1 for 3. Does have an RBI to his name, though.
Yeah, had that RBI ground out last half inning.
Here's the 2-2 to Tubbs. Watches that one go by for ball 3. It's a full count, 2 outs.
That's a tremendous take right there.
And Tubbs getting on base would be big here for the Disco Turkeys because you know what kind of wheels he's got.
Exactly.
Here's the 3-2. Swung on right up the middle, off the glove of Clark. Making the play is not in time. Burnett couldn't get the throw over to first in time, and Tubbs is safe at first. We've got ourselves a ball game, folks.
That we do, and guess what? The tying runs at the plate in the form of a guy that could very well tie it with 1 swing of the bat.
Dane Stewart, again, the rising sophomore from Wake Forest University, Cardinal Gibbons alumni.
It's a high school you know very well.
Native. Yep. 6'3", 170. Hasn't seen much action in college, but he's got the power behind that bat. 1-0 count here after that first pitch missed the zone outside, and perhaps a bit of an untraditional approach, but you've got to wonder with Stewart at the plate and Tubbs on first, we could possibly see a hit and run here. With 2 outs, you wouldn't see it very often, but then again, when have the Disco Turkeys ever been a traditional team?
Well, that and how many people can say they're as fast as Dion Tubbs?
Not very many, especially nobody on this field in either dugout right now.
Maybe only one other Dion could say that, and that would be Sanders.
Yeah, and he's nowhere near this stadium right now, unfortunately. Although we'd put him in Disco Turkeys powder blue as soon as we could. Off and running is Tubbs. The take from Stewart.
No chance. Not even close.
You might as well just let him go ahead and steal third, too, because with Tubbs in that right-handed batter's box, with Stewart in the right-handed batter's box, there's no way you're catching Tubbs at third. 1-2 count to Stewart, though. That last take could have been costly, though, as you want to keep Tubbs safe on the base paths, but 2 outs here.
They got a battle.
Here's the 1-2 from Clark. Off and running is Tubbs. That one's lifted into left field, and playing the line was the left fielder. Tubbs is going to come in to score on the hit and run. To the warning track, Dane Stewart has an RBI double. The Disco Turkeys are within 1 for the first time since the top of the second inning. 9-8 ball game.
Beautiful baseball right there. I don't know why he's playing so far towards the line, playing him heavy pull, but great job by Stewart right there. Keep the head down, power through the baseball, get it in the gap, and even if he wasn't running, he would have scored. But still, great piece of hitting right there, good base running. That's beautiful baseball right there, folks.
The Disco Turkeys have put up 5 hits in this half inning alone. 9-8 ball game. The Martinsville Ponies are in danger of blowing a lead that was 6. 9-3, now 9-8. And Henry Cooler, Logan Conklin on deck. This inning isn't over yet.
This game isn't over yet. Not by a long shot. Cooler got a chance to tie it here.
Stewart on second. Ball outside, 1-0 count. What a game to start things off here at Truist Stadium.
How's this for a home opener?
And we'll remind you to stick around after it's over for the first ever edition of the Rundown in the Roost post-game show here on the Carolina Disco Turkeys YouTube channel. But for now, a ground ball to shortstop, and it's off the glove. Coming in to score, rounding third, the throw, play at the plate, not in time. And safe at second is Henry Cooler.
Oh, baby!
Can you believe what is in front of you right now?
Have you ever?
Never seen anything like this. 6-run lead gone in the blink of an eye. 5-run bottom of the 8th. Tie game. And with the biggest bat on the team coming into the box, Logan Conklin. As we said just moments ago, this one ain't done yet.
If there's anybody that could give the biggest hit in this team's infancy, so to speak, it'd be this kid right here.
If you're just tuning in, a perfect time to join. The Disco Turkeys were down 9-3 just an inning and a half ago, and they've tied it up at 9 here in the bottom of the 8th. The ball high, 1-0 count to Conklin.
Stay composed here. Don't get bigger than the moment. Get the bat head out, get something in play.
Broke his bat on a fouled ball.
No, he didn't break it. He just lost the shillelagh.
Looks like he might have been hanging on to the handle just a bit, but nevertheless, the bat left his hand.
I will say this.
And it's fully intact, it appears, as Kurt Cabana is
Kurt's checking it.
handing it back to Conklin here on the third base side. 1-1 count, one way or the other.
Almost have to give an epilepsy warning to anybody that comes within 5 feet of that jacket.
Can't really make it out too well on the camera here, but head coach Kurt Cabana at third base is wearing one heck of a sequin-covered jacket, as is the first base
And as soon as
coach.
he brought out the sequin leisure suit, the momentum started to shift.
Well, I wouldn't say that because he brought it out pretty early in the game, but it's definitely shifted now.
Well, if he didn't bring it out, where would we be?
That's fair. I couldn't say that we'd be here without the jacket. Oh, one hit Conklin.
Yikes.
Caught him on the shoulder blade and a hard 90 all the way to first for Conklin.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, you love to see it. 2 runners on for Trey Newman. And the Disco Turkeys have batted around here in the bottom of the 8th.
And there's no action in the Pony bullpen.
There was a little bit of go, but whoever was out there has sat down.
It's his inning to lose right now.
I believe it was Leo Noblin that was out there, the right-handed pitcher from King College and Halifax County High School.
See if the new kid can get something done here.
Trey Newman in his first appearance with the Disco Turkeys.
His first day in
Well,
Winston-Salem.
a little bit of a story. Today he walked up to some of us on the concourse. He didn't have a uniform. He was looking to see where he could get it.
Right.
This was about 3 hours before first pitch. He didn't have a jersey, no pants, no socks, and here he is with 2 runners on in the bottom of the 8th, a chance to give the Disco Turkeys the lead for the first time tonight.
Welcome to Summer Woodbat, folks.
That one misses the zone as well.
Great take.
2-0.
Great take.
What a story this one's shaping out to be. I envy whoever ends up writing the post game for this one. They're going to be up all night.
I think we'd have an inkling as to who it would be, but it's almost 11 o'clock now, but nobody wants to leave.
That one is skied up, hoping that one gets out of play as the entire ballpark, and it will.
Still ahead in the count here, 2-1.
9-9, Martinsville and Carolina. This one, as well as Statesville and Boone, two phenomenal games here in the Textile League tonight.
No doubt about it.
If you missed it earlier, Boone coming out on top of Statesville, 11-10 in extra innings. That one's grounded to short. Play to be made. The throw to first is in time, so the inning is done, but the damage is done as well. 5 runs, bottom of the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. Tie game, 9-9. More Disco Turkey baseball after this. Bring you back into Truist Stadium where we've got one heck of a ball game. The Disco Turkeys, their home opener, and only the second game in Textile League play against the Martinsville Ponies, and this is their first game of the season. The Martinsville Ponies were up 9-3. And in the last inning and a half, the Disco Turkeys have plated 6. It's 9-9 here in the top of the 9th, and Scout Nichols has made his 5th consecutive appearance. 5 appearances in 5 games for the Disco Turkeys. One of their go-to bullpen guys, and he will be tasked with holding on to this tie game. The 0-1 pitch finds the zone. He's dealing early. 0-2 the count.
Just what you need out of him, a guy that has not had a lot of strong outings thus far, but this point right here, you need him now more than you ever have.
Ground ball to second base. The play to be made by Conklin. The throw is in time and on target to Tharp. 1 out here in the top. Sat down quickly is Downham, and it'll be Chitwood that comes into the box now.
One down the next up, number 11, Grayson Chitwood.
And for Scout Nichols, he struggled a bit so far this year. a rising sophomore at Caldwell Community College and Technical Institute out of West Rowan High School. 0-1 record on the year, 3 innings pitched, and an 18 ERA. But he's not acting like it right now. Caleb Smith, a good play at short. Not in time, though. He had a little bit of a...
Whoa, he got him!
Oh, my goodness, what a...
Wow!
Made the hesitation at short. I prematurely called it not in time.
He double clutched it because it looked like it was trapped in the webbing of his glove and been able to get it on and somehow beat the runner by half a step. I mean, he had to gun that thing.
What a play by Smith there to make this 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. And we've got another pinch hitter. And it's the man who came in for Michael Morrison as a defensive substitute. It's Justin Brady from Ferrum College. That first pitch from Nichols is inside and in for ball 1. That one grounded down the third base line, a fair ball.
That's a great
That one's
piece
going to
of
be
hitting.
2. Playing the bounce off the wall is the left fielder Cooler, but it won't matter. Brady's aboard. His first plate appearance, and it's a double.
A great piece of hitting right there to beat the shift.
So,
See, it's not that we need to abolish the shift in baseball. It's that kids like that need to learn how to beat it.
I fully agree. You need to be able to beat the shift if they're going to play it against you. There shouldn't be any limitations on where you can stand in the field. It's just a matter of you got to hit it where
They're
you're not.
giving you a base hit.
That wasn't even that deep of a shift.
Exactly.
He was
That's just
playing a little bit off the line.
It's a precise piece of hitting.
So it'll be Hudson Rowe coming into the box with a runner on second and 2 outs. Nichols puts that one low and outside for ball 1. Scout Nichols has allowed 10 hits in 3 2/3 innings pitched this season. Is still looking for his first strikeout, believe it or not. That one's ball 2.
You don't want the wheels to come off the wagon now.
In college, at Caldwell Community College and Technical Institute, 2.51 ERA, 10 appearances, over 20 innings pitched, and only 13 hits allowed. So, he's pretty good coming out of the bullpen. That one finds the zone 2 and 1 to count.
Good bounce back pitch right there.
Once, I'll say it again. Disco Turkeys were down 9-3 going into the bottom of the 7th. Your eyes do not deceive you. The score is 9-9 here in the top of the 9th. What a play from Newman back there to keep Brady at second.
Mark that down. Mark that down.
Especially if Rowe comes away with a base knock here in this one and Brady doesn't end up scoring.
Exactly.
Here's the pitch from Nichols. That one's high for ball 4. He'll take his base.
That didn't miss by much, man.
And see, honestly, that's one of the best things that could have happened in that scenario if you're not going to get an out.
Right.
Because now you've got to force at first, second, or third. And you've got Justin Steens, who has struggled so far tonight, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Coming into the right-handed batter's box. We've had a hit fest tonight. 21 between the two teams, 12 for the Ponies, 9 for the Disco Turkeys, and it's resulted in 9 runs on the board for each side. Here's the first pitch. Steen swings and misses. Strike 1.
Big pitch right there to get ahead in the count here.
Nichols working at Steens. That one is fouled off. I believe that's the first contact that Steens has made tonight, so seeing the ball a little bit better than he had been in his first 2 plate appearances. The count's still 0-2.
Tainman carved him up like a honey-baked ham, I'm telling you. I mean,
2 plate appearances in a row.
3 pitches each, 3 swings, 3 misses, 2 strikeouts.
And he's looking to avoid the third straight, 3-pitch strikeout is Steens. 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. Way to stay alive there from the number 5 jersey.
Good job making contact right there on a breaking ball that you almost bail out on.
And the number 6 spot in the Ponies order has been almost the closest thing to an automatic strikeout that you could have so far this game. 5 plate appearances between Addison Clark and Justin Steens, 4 strikeouts between the two of them, and this could be the 5th. Here's the 0-2. Outside and low for ball 1.
Good pitch. Good pitch is where you want to miss. Try and get him a chase.
Exactly.
You're okay wasting that 1-2. Now you come back probably with something hard inside. Try and jam him.
Scout Nichols looking for his first scoreless appearance of the season, believe it or not.
All right, now you got to come after him 2-2.
Has allowed 6 earned runs in 4 appearances and only 3 innings pitched. 2-2 count here, top of the 9th, 2 outs.
Crowd into it.
And the meat of the order up for the Disco Turkeys. That one's fouled off. 2-2 count. We want to remind you again, stick around post-game for the Rundown in the Roost, the first ever post-game show from the Carolina Disco Turkeys YouTube channel. We'll bring it to you here as soon as this game is concluded. Here it is. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Tie ball game. A stare down from Nichols. No runs scored in the top of the 9th, and a chance for the Disco Turkeys to walk it off in their first home game ever. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th right after this. We'll bring you back into Truist Stadium where we've got one heck of a finish coming up. Graham Tuck with Brett Wiseman beside me. Bottom of the 9th, 6-run comeback is almost complete for the Disco Turkeys. All that stands between them and a win is 1 run. 9-9 ball game here in the bottom of the 9th, and they've got the crew up to do it. Dino Tharp, who's 3 for 4, is stepping into the box. Caleb Smith, 1 for 4, but an RBI double his last time up on deck. And Christian Ezel, who's 0 for 4 today, but has had some very solid contact and is one of the better hitters in this lineup in the hole. First pitch from the new pitcher. Oh, what a liner off of Leo Noblin by Dino Tharp, but able to collect it in the throw in time for out number 1. Great test of his confidence there in the first plate appearance that he's seen in the bottom of the 9th.
Goodness, he's lucky he caught that where he did. It's a dangerous play, as you and I well know. able to make it there, knock it down, throw it on to first for the out. Tremendous wherewithal and stick to it in this right there.
Here's Caleb Smith. Checks his swing on a pitch that was up and in. Ball 1.
Find a way to get on here.
He hasn't shown it so far this season, but he's a guy. He can change the game with one swing in the back. This one could be over. That one will miss high. Looks like he might not even get a chance.
Good take, though. No, I think they'll come after him.
Caleb Smith. Infielder at UNCG. Here's the 2-0. It'll miss 3-0.
Now, maybe not.
UNCG product out of Atkins High School, nearby about 6 minutes up the road here in Winston.
You would know.
My alma mater. I was in the same class as Caleb Smith. He was my shortstop. I was his second baseman, and he'll take the walk. Runner on first. And he represents the tying run here for the Disco Turkeys in the bottom of the ninth. Excuse me, the winning run.
The winning run.
Tie game, and it is.
And you know from playing with him, he's got some wheels. You get one in the gap right here.
Speed. Yeah, absolutely. He has score from first ability.
Get one in that big left center field gap. This thing might be done.
Right center field corner. You might as well go ahead and book it as an inside the Parker. Asdell comes out looking for the fence's first pitch, and he'll foul it off 0-1.
He tried to hit the Winston Tower with that thing.
Yeah, it's a ways away, but I don't know. Asdell's got that kind of power.
I didn't say it would have gotten there. I said he attempted to.
Could have at least broken a window on the wine cooler facility behind the batter's eye. Nevertheless, 0-1 count, 1 out here at the bottom of the ninth. Disco Turkeys were down 9-3 heading in to the bottom of the seventh. Put up 1 in the bottom of that inning, 5 in the bottom of the eighth, and it's a 9-9 ball game. 0-1 finds the top right corner of the strike zone, and it's 0-2 for Ezel.
Yeah, that's a good pitch right there.
McKedden is on deck. He's 0 for 3 today. Did reach on an error his second time up. 2 flyouts, though. Caleb's off and running. Caleb Smith, an easy stolen base.
Whoa.
Harley didn't,
awkward play.
Almost didn't even slide.
Well, at the last second, he kind of decided to, and that's a dangerous play right there.
Well, but at the same time, you hardly ever want to stand up after a stolen base. But he got such a good jump on it.
He was almost pretty much there, yeah.
He was already there, but he was, I know the thought process that goes through your head when you're in a situation like that. You don't want to, put yourself or your body at risk. And the pitch missed the zone as well, so it's a 1-2 count. The runner is in scoring position. Go ahead, run on second. 1 out, 1-2 count here, bottom of the ninth. Home opener for the Carolina Disco Turkeys. Couldn't be a better way to start things off here at Truist Stadium.
No better way.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Ezel is sat down by Leo Noblin, and there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the ninth.
That's a big timeout right there.
And the man of the hour is Nick McKedden.
One of the better hitters in this lineup for sure, as we've talked about.
Hasn't had a phenomenal day at the plate, 0 for 3 as mentioned, but did reach on an error on a hot line drive, and also has flown out on 2 pieces of solid contact. Here's the first pitch. Outside corner, strike 1 called. The starter for Martinsville, Kobe Van Bogart, went 100+ pitches and 7+ innings, and it was in the bottom of the 8th that he was pulled, and his replacement, William Clark, was where the wheels fell off for the Ponies. 5 earned runs in the bottom of the 8th to tie things up. Here's the 1-1. Grounded to short. Smith reads it. The play to be made. And it's in time for out number 3. We're going to the 10th. We'll have extra baseball here at Truist Stadium for the first time. First time that they've played here at this stadium. And we'll bring it back after this break. We'll bring it back in. Free baseball here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'm Graham Tuck with Brett Wiseman beside me. Textile League Baseball, second extra innings game here tonight in the Textile League. This one between the Martinsville Ponies and the Carolina Disco Turkeys. And we'll start things off with a new pitcher. It's Chase Jesse. He was the opening day starter for the Disco Turkeys, and there are runners on first and second, something I can say I've never seen before in baseball. The runner from second was off the bag. Got him! Back pick!
Oh my goodness!
Trey Newman making his presence felt. A big secondary was being taken out there at second base, and a quick out on one pitch.
Well, you put that rule in to try and expedite a conclusion, and then that happens.
And for Carolina fans, I can't say that they're upset about it. It's 1 out and a 1-0 count here in the top
Now you get a double play on this play. The inning's over.
And I guarantee you that Swingcamp won't be squaring the bunt again.
Nope.
And Chase Jesse, he's got.
Did you hear the pop?
You can hear it from up here. He's nearing triple digits on that fastball.
You can hear the thing whistling up here.
2-0 count. Inside.
Yeah,
ball
settle
three.
down. Simmer down a little bit here.
Got to find the zone. And a big spot here for the Disco Turkeys. First home game, first extra innings game of their young season. 1-3 record coming into this one. This is the Ponies' first game of the year. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss.
There you go.
Just blow it by him. All you got to do is put it in the zone.
Here it is, big boy. Try and hit it.
And I don't know why you're swinging at that on a 3-1.
On 3-0.
Oh, correction. It's a 2-2 count. Home plate umpire just signaled the count as 2-2, not 3-1. Here's the pitch. Oh, great
goodness.
spot. 3-2
Great
now.
spot. That's a better take by Swingcamp right there to spit on that thing.
Big spot here. That 3-2 pitch is fouled off. Full count here at the top of the 10th. It's Joe Swingcamp. Came into the game about halfway through. A good eye there from Swingcamp. And a great
Tremendous take. I mean, you and I both probably could not have laid off that. I mean,
absolutely
fastball
not.
tailing away like that in a full count. You're in swing mode all the way. Be able to spit on that thing.
And
props.
Also to note, this is the first lefty that's seen the mound today for the Disco Turkey.
Right.
Nichols before him, and Plum, who started, and then Tainman, who was the first reliever out of the bullpen. All three of them are righties. Chase Jesse changing things up a little bit. But now we've got 1 out here, top of the 10th. Runners on first and second. The ball bounced off the head of the umpire, and it's going to put 2 runners in scoring position. Chase Jesse can't find the zone right now.
Nope, and that, more importantly, takes the double play out of the equation. And now a base hit not only scores 1 potentially, but 2.
Caleb Smith already nearing the cut. Logan Conklin, the second baseman, his partner middle infielder, will wave him off. Tharp wants to play on the cut. And he's being waved back as well. 1-0 count. That one's grounded towards the Disco Turkey dugout.
You have no other choice right here than the pitch for a strikeout.
And I'll tell you exactly why nobody's playing on the cut. Chase Jesse throws heat. Anything off the bats of the infield is going to be hot.
Correct.
And you don't want to take a risk.
There's no possibility for soft contact when you throw triple
right
digits.
Now, one way or the other. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Two-one count. Extra baseball here in Winston. Make sure to stick around for the rundown in the Roost as we give you our player of the game. At the conclusion of this one, that one's high, 3-1 count. Nobody in the bullpen for the Disco Turkeys. Chase Jesse is it. Remind you, we'll be back here same time tomorrow night against the Martinsville Ponies again, 8 p.m. first pitch. Here it is, 3-1. Top of the
Good
zone,
pitch.
strike two called, and a big spot for Chase Jesse now.
Now, you've opened up the weaponry box, right? But you can't nibble. You almost have to execute perfectly here, but you know you've got your entire arsenal to work with.
That one's high for ball 4. It'll load the bases with 1 out. Here in the top of the 10th, tie game 9-9. The Ponies led 9-3, and they gave up a 6-run lead. And we're here in extras. It's Matt Rivers who's been having a pretty good day at the plate. He's 3 for 5 with 3 singles. A single here would score probably 2.
The one in the gap would score, would probably clear the bases.
And with only 1 out, the double play still in possibility. First pitch is high, though. He's got to find the zone first.
Yep. Control right now, it's just not there. He's overthrowing. A lot of times you get in a situation like this, you start pressing.
Here it is, the 1-0. Inside, 2-0 count. Then a walk is what you cannot do here.
Walk, hit by pitch, wild pitch, something. None of that can happen at this point.
You got to find the zone. You got to find it now.
Settle down, deep breath. Don't overthrow so much. Just hit the mark. There it is.
2-1 count now after that called strike from Jesse. He got the first out of the inning on a throw down from the catcher Trey Newman, catching the lead runner at second in a big secondary, and since then, no outs. 2-1. Popped into shallow left field. It's going to drop. 1 run's going to score.
Make that 2.
And another one after the throw from Henry Cooler. And now the throw is off. Advancing to third is the runner from first, Lucas Burnett. And 2 RBI single for Matt Rivers makes it 11-9 Martinsville in the top of the 10th.
That takes a lot of air out of the balloon right there.
Carolina has had the momentum since about the 7th inning, and they just gave it up right there.
You battle so hard to get back in this ball game. You give up that hit, and then you compound the problem by throwing the ball over the backstop. Just, it's all kinds of, everything that could go wrong in that play went wrong.
Infield is in, play at the plate. First pitch of the at-bat for Josh Jones is in for a strike. That one got away from Newman behind the plate. He'll hustle for it, thrown out in time. 12-9, Martinsville's up.
Oh boy.
This one's not over yet, but the Disco Turkeys are going to have a lot of work ahead of them when we go to the bottom half of the inning.
Not that they haven't had to work hard already to get it to extras at least. All right, now you just got to worry about getting the out.
A big swing and a miss from Jones on the 1-1 pitch. Makes it a 1-2 count. Runner still on third. That's Matt Rivers. Here is the pitch from Jesse. He gets away from Newman, but he got a glove to it at least a little bit, so it'll keep Rivers at third.
Wild as can be right now. I mean, this is just not a good sign at all.
And with the way that Scout Nichols pitched in the top of the ninth, you got to wonder.
Yeah, you got to question it a little bit.
You got to wonder. Some fans have headed to the exits here in the top of the 10th. Smith looking off Rivers at third. The tag is applied by Tharp after the throw from Smith let him off the bag.
That's a big-time play.
6-3. Put out, and it sits down the leadoff man in the Martinsville order. And so it'll bring up Downham, the number 2 spot. 2 outs here, top of the 10th. But the 3 runs have already been plated by Martinsville to make it a 12-9 game. That pitch inside. Downham able to get out of the way of it. 1-0 count.
Can't leave one center cut to this guy. In his 2 at-bats, he's seen the ball well. Walked his first at-bat into the ball game, and then the second one ground out to second, but hit the ball hard.
1-0 pitch finds the zone for a called strike 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss from Downham. Looking to put that one into the Foothills Lounge in left center field. But a whiff, and it's a 1-2 count. Disco Turkeys 1 pitch away from getting back into the bottom half of the inning. Strike 3 called, and that'll do it for the half inning, but the damage was done. 3 runs scored, and it's a 12-9 lead for Martinsville. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. One last chance for Carolina. We'll be back. We'll bring you back into Truist Stadium. Graham Tuck on the call with Brett Wiseman beside me. We're here in the bottom of the 10th. Carolina erased a 6-run deficit in the bottom of the 8th. And then they let Martinsville put up 3 in the top of the 10th. It'll be Jeff Davis, the runner on second. Nick McKedden, the runner on first. And the top of the lineup, Dion Tubbs, here to start things off for Carolina in the 10th. First pitch is high and outside, a pitch out trying to see if anything was on with Davis on second.
Here's the good thing about the runner at second and first, apparently, rule. One swing of the bat, the game is now tied again, potentially.
Here's the pitch to Tubbs. It's high and away for ball 2. As we near 11:30 p.m. Eastern. Let's go Turkeys, the chant here at Truist. That one a great pitch.
Good pitch on the inner half right there.
And it finds the zone. Leo Noblin was dealing in the bottom of the 9th. He's back out again for the bottom of the 10th. Here it is, 2-1. Down and in, ball 3. The Dion Tubbs walk would load the bases for Dane Stewart. And Stewart has swung the bat well today.
3 RBIs.
3 RBIs, 2 for 4 on the day, has walked once, a double and a single. Here's the 3-1.
Oh, look out.
It hit him in the head. Dion Tubbs was nicked in the top of the helmet. He's walking his way to first, and you love to see that. Head coach Kurt Cabana hustling his way all the way over from his spot at third to check on him, see if he's okay.
That's the second time that's happened to Dion this year. I mean, we saw it Wednesday night against the High Toms. He took one up and in off the cranium there, but it's a tough kid.
And obviously, our thoughts are with Dion right now. But if you look to the plate, Dane Stewart represents the winning run.
Number 14, Dane Stewart.
And a guy that's got a lot of power in his bat has a chance to end this game with one swing. Davis on third, McKedden on second, and Tubbs on first. Stewart watches the first pitch, a changeup that finds the inside half of the plate for strike one call.
Maybe not the location you want with an off-speed pitch like that, but he got it to work nonetheless.
Pulled the string on it very effectively. A breaking ball that doesn't find the top of the zone.
He pulled the string a little harder on that one.
No outs, bottom 10, down by 3, bases loaded. Ducks are on the pond for Dane Stewart. That one is driven into center field. Not quite as deep as I might have thought, but tagging and scoring is Jeff Davis. One out, the throw to third won't be in time. McKedden is safe. Dion Tubbs standing at first. You might as well go ahead and put him on second. You know he's going to steal.
You know he's
Jeff
going to run,
Davis scores, and the score is 12-10. Dane Stewart doing his job, bringing in one. Just want to chip away at it when it's like this, and you've got some big bats behind you. Henry Cooler, Conklin on deck, and Newman in the hole.
And now you got a guy in Cooler that can hit one in the gap to any part of the field. I know it's a short porch down the line, and they've been playing him like this all night. He has the type of swing to go the other way.
There is about 75 yards between the center fielder for Martinsville and the left field foul pole. Off and running is Tubbs. You knew it was going to happen.
Not even going to throw it.
Call strike one. Honestly, if I was Cooler in that situation,
why not swing away?
Exactly. Why not hit and run? That tie things up if you get a base knock.
Yep.
One way or the other, it's the same situation. 2 runners in scoring position, 1 out. A base hit would tie things up here in the bottom of the 10th. 0-1. Swung on into center field, coming in to make the play, and getting to it in time. What a play that was. Possibly a game saver from Downham. But tagging and scoring in time is McKedden, and the deficit is just 1 for Carolina.
Well, here's the weird thing that just happened right there, Graham. While you were... It was hard to tell exactly where the runner was. The center fielder tumbled on it. The runner actually doubled back to third and wasn't going to tag. As soon as the center fielder took that tumble, he took off.
And
so heads up base running.
A great read from McKedden. And this is it. Comes down to this right here. 2 outs, bottom of the 10th. Speedster Dion Tubbs on second. And Logan Conklin, the cleanup man at the plate. Swing down the third base line. It's fair! Landing to score is Tubbs, and Conklin's going to second. We've got a tie game.
Do you believe that?
12. We're tied here in the 10th, and the Disco Turkeys cannot lose in this
Who
inning.
wants to go home? Nobody wants to go home. We'll play all night.
The second time that the Disco Turkeys have come back with their lives on the line in this ball game alone. 24 runs, 24 hits, and a whole lot of scoring here in this one. And it's not over yet. Trey Newman, the new arrival, man of the hour,
Look
hits
out.
in, and Conklin's going to take for third. 90 feet from the game-winning run.
Oh, baby.
One-0 count. 13th and final run, 90 feet from home. Conklin, the cleanup man on third after a big RBI double down the third base line, his last plate appearance. Tharp is on deck if it should come to that. And Tharp is 3 for 5 today. Here's the 1-0. Call strike one, a great spot there from Leo Noblin to get back in the count.
Yeah, painted that thing.
You can hear the crowd clear as day here in Winston-Salem. It's 11:35 p.m., but they're not tired whatsoever. Ball high, 2-1 count. What a way to start the season at home for the Disco Turkeys.
And if you weren't here tonight, and you don't come tomorrow night,
There's something wrong.
what are you doing?
Maybe they just want to listen to us, Brett, you know.
That's what they can do both.
That is true. Swing and a miss, a big cut from Newman. That one would have ended the game for sure, but it's a 2-2 count. 2 outs, bottom 10, 12-12 ball game. Thought that Boone and Statesville might have been the game of the night? You were wrong. Here's the 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Full count, 2 outs, bottom 10.
Not the worst thing in the world right here from Martinsville's perspective if you walk him.
Here's the full count pitch. Popped up right in front of us.
My arms aren't quite that long. I had a shot at it, though.
It'll keep Newman alive for at least one more pitch. Logan Conklin on third, 90 feet away from winning this game for the Disco Turkeys and breaking a 3-game losing streak. Here it is, full count. Swung on, popped up. This should end the inning. And it does, as the Martinsville first baseman makes the play. We'll head to the 11th inning. Hope you're not tired. We're not. Here in Winston, more extra innings baseball after this. One more time, bringing you in another inning in the books, and another one soon to come. Here in the top of the 11th inning in Winston-Salem, it's the Carolina Disco Turkeys and the Martinsville Ponies. We're tied at 12 here in the top of the 11th inning, and it's the 3, 4, 5 hitters due up for Martinsville, starting with Grayson Chitwood. Runners on first and second, no outs. First pitch just barely misses the zone. A great spot from Chase Jesse.
Yeah, did miss by much.
Ball one.
Got to be better finding the zone here in this half inning.
A good frame from Newman, but not enough as it's 2-0. And one thing you cannot do if you're Jesse is walk the runs in.
Nope.
Because that kills momentum more than RBI base hits.
Now you got a 3-0 count. There's still no action down there in the bullpen.
Well, who do you have left?
Exactly.
Jesse is a starter, and he's coming off the bench to come into this one. 3-0 green light on a pitch that was
interesting.
Up at the chest, and it'll be 3-1.
I mean, the only other guy you'd think of was the guy we saw the other night.
D. Hawthorne.
Exactly.
That one's grounded. Back to Jesse. This could be 2. Throw for 1 is in time at second, so it'll be runners on the corners. Thought Jesse might have had time to get the lead runner at third.
Now he bobbled it. You could see he wanted to go to third. He kind of bobbled and double clutched it. Lucky he even got the out at second right there.
Well, that's why you've got the better eyes over there. So runners on the corners, first and third. The man at the plate is Justin Brady. Had a big hit earlier in the night.
Had that double. Home plate umpire called time and pointed to...
Might have been something going on in right field that we can't see from here. Nevertheless, we'll return to play. Double play, still a possibility for the Disco Turkeys, and it would be huge. First pitch to Brady, outside part of the plate, called strike 1.
Perfect spot with that fastball.
Here it is, the 0-1 to Brady.
Great late movement right there.
And you can tell something was up there. Somebody misread a sign.
Yep.
Because that was a hit and run swing,
yep,
and nobody ran on first base.
Yep.
So 0-2 count with 1 out. The 0-2 pitch down in the dirt. Can't get him a chase.
Good ways pitch. Good ways pitch.
1-2 count now. Jesse up to 34 pitches now. Came in the top of the 10th. One-two count here. Top of the 11th. 12-12 ball game. That one is low and outside. A good job by Newman to block it up and keep the runners where they stand.
And now the plot thickens.
2-2. The run to take the lead on third. That one is a shot that's going to go over the facade on the third base side and land in the seats over there in section 102. 2-2 count still. What a way to open the homestand here this weekend, the first of the year. That's a wild pitch. Hard bounce off the
Fortuitous
backstop.
bounce right there. Fortuitous bounce for sure.
If you're going to have a wild pitch, that's the way to do it.
Yep.
Because it only advances the runner on first. That was Brady. Excuse me, Brady is at the plate. It's Chitwood that has now made his way onto second. Full count, 1 out. Tie ball game, top of the 11th.
They got a pitch for the strikeout. No double play to fall back on.
That one bounces its way to Trey Newman, and not what you wanted there if you're Chase Jesse.
Not at all. I mean, well, the plus side of it is you get the double play in order, but
that's about the only positive you can take from this one. Cabana's going to take a mound visit. Wanted to check and see if he could first. So, as you mentioned, Brett, the double play is in order. I'll take you back through this game one more time. The Ponies put up 3 in the top of the first. The Disco Turkeys took back 2 in the bottom half of the inning. Then Martinsville took 3 in the top of the second and never really looked back. And they ended up jumping out from a 6-2 lead to a 9-3 lead at one point. And it was then in the bottom of the 7th that the comeback began for the Disco Turkeys. It was 9-3. Then in the bottom of the 7th, getting 1 back to make it 9-4. Scoreless top of the 8th, and then 5 runs to chase the starter, Kobe Van Bogart, to end the 8th inning and tie things at 9. That's how we went to extras after a scoreless inning and a half to get us to the 10th. 3 runs in the top of the 10th for Martinsville. 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th to keep the game alive for Carolina. And that's where we stand here in the top of the 11th. 12-12 ball game. Bases loaded, 1 out. And Chase Jesse on the mound. His opponent, Hudson Rowe, in the box. Rowe has not fared well since he came into the game as a batter. 2 strikeouts and 1 walk. But a walk would do it here. Here's the pitch. 1 count now as that first offering from Jesse finds the zone. That one won't have the same fortune though. 1-1 count now. Chase Jesse on the mound. The normal starter for the Disco Turkeys was probably pegged to be the starter tomorrow. We'll see who gets that nod now. A check swing, he went around. It was a call strike anyway. 1-2 count now, and this would be big.
this would be massive. Probably pressed into duty, as you said. You probably expected to be the starter tomorrow and pressed into duty now.
Called strike 3, and that'll sit down Rowe. His 3rd strikeout in 4 plate appearances, and it's the 2nd out in the top of the 11th for the Disco Turkeys. 1 out away from getting to the bottom of the 11th in a tie ball game.
What a pitch right there. Great fastball in the outside corner. Painted it. There is not anything Rowe could do with that pitch right there.
This is interesting. Kurt Cabana is coming out to the mound for the 2nd time this half inning. That means that Jesse's going to go. But who's going to come in to replace him?
It looks like D. Hawthorne. He's on the top step of the dugout, glove in hand.
It is going to be D. Hawthorne. The 2nd time this week that Hawthorne has been called upon to get 1 out. You can tell from his body language that Jesse did not want to get pulled.
No.
And I can't blame him.
No, I can't either.
But I have to imagine that this is to keep him in some sort of reserve for tomorrow's game.
As I said, you press him into duty, so to speak, and you know, as you said, for the 2nd time in this young season, D. Hawthorne brought on just to get the 1 out.
And he did it the last time he was called upon.
He did it very well, too, I might add. So
we'll run you through the rest of the pitchers on the roster for the Disco Turkeys. Hayden Setzer is not in uniform tonight. Chase Jesse was just pulled. Scout Nichols came in the top of the ninth and went through a scoreless inning. Austin St. Laurent is on the roster, but he is still with the East Carolina University Pirates as they finish up their bid for the College World Series. Ben Tainman came in relief of the starter tonight. That was AC Plum. Plum got chased in the second through 2 full. Tainman threw over 105 pitches, so both of them are out of commission. Dino Tharp does have 1 appearance and 1 inning pitched, but you'd like to keep him at first. And Nick McKedden is at third base, so you'd like to do the same with him. D. Hawthorne is the only other pitcher that is available on the roster tonight. So if you were going to make a call to the pen, he's the guy to do it. And he is faced with a simple scenario, really. The bases are loaded. You got to go get 1 out. Doesn't matter how you do it. Doesn't matter when it comes, as long as it's in this at-bat, and they do not score. 12-12 game, top of the 11th.
the objective is clear and it's simple.
Keep them stranded, and then let the offense do their thing in the bottom of the 11th. As Inner Sandman plays here in Truist Stadium, it is the setup man, D. Hawthorne, coming in to do his job one more time. Did his job last time around, as we mentioned. Let's see if he can do it again.
Now pitching for your Disco Turkeys, number 20, D. Hawthorne.
Here's the first pitch from Hawthorne, and it's outside for ball one. The one thing you cannot do is throw a wild pitch. It'll score
Wild pitch or a walk.
Here's the pitch from D. Similar spot, 2-0 count. And the window is closing for this at-bat.
Settle down here, follow through, overthrew those first couple of pitches.
Here's a 2-0.
There
Swing
you
and
go.
a miss. And strike one to Justin Steens, who, as we've mentioned, has not had a great day at the plate. 3 strikeouts and 3 plate appearances. The first time he's been ahead in the count the entire night. Here's the 2-1. Skied into right field. Foul territory. Tharp ranging over, and he can't make the play, but it's strike 2. That one carried him all the way over into the Carolina bullpen.
Tremendous effort that time to try and go get that. But it's no harm, no foul at that point. It's a foul ball. You want to try and get the out if you have the opportunity. Of course, that's where the effort comes into play, but it's not the worst thing in the world if you can't get it.
1 strike away are the Disco Turkeys from heading to the bottom of the 11th, the same way they entered this inning. Score 12-12. Here it is, 2-2. Called strike 3. D. Hawthorne does it. And Kurt Cabana, the first out of the dugout to meet him. And if that's not going to give you momentum going into the bottom of the 11th, I don't know what is.
Unbelievable stuff. Talk about paint. Right on the corner.
What a game this has been. Going to the bottom of the 11th, the job is simple. 1 run will do it. That's all you need. 12-12. All that stands between the Disco Turkeys and their first win at home this season is 180 feet. The lead runner will be placed on second, and a runner behind him at first will be there as well. But the leadoff is the one that matters. We'll bring you back, bottom of the 11th, after this. We'll bring you back into Truist Stadium for what is hopefully the final time tonight. Bottom of the 11th, 12-12 ball game, and the winning run is represented by Logan Conklin standing on second base. Trey Newman behind him at first, no outs, bottom of the 11th. Again, we'll say it, the Disco Turkeys were down 9-3 in the bottom of the 7th. They put up 1 in that half inning, 5 in the next half inning. Runners go, bunt is shown, and Conklin safe at third.
Unbelievable. First pitch of the inning, are you kidding? Double steal.
The music hadn't even stopped. That's how fast that steal was. And Tharp pulled back on the bunt attempt.
And took ball 1.
So the entire infield is in now, game on the line. Conklin 90 feet away. Pop fly, and it's foul. Otherwise, that one probably would have done it.
And a fly ball wins it now.
All you got to do is put it beyond the dirt. Anything into the grass is going to end the game. Excuse me.
All 4 infielders on the cut.
Nearing 4 hours since first pitch. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Wisely, Conklin going back to third, not getting doubled up, and that'll end that plate appearance for Dino Tharp, and it'll bring up Caleb Smith, and the biggest plate appearance he's had yet as a Disco Turkey.
Bar none.
Probably one of the biggest plate appearances he's had in his career. Give you a little backstory about my former teammate Caleb Smith. All conference pretty much every season in high school, all 4 years. Can't remember a time he wasn't batting 400. And he's got a chance now to win the game here for Carolina. Ball 1 on what seemed like a pitch out. The fans are getting into it now with the end in sight.
Boogie and Disco Turkey superfan Kerry Skipworth leading the Disco Turkey chant.
Caleb Smith lines that one into right field, and it'll do it. Tagging up is Conklin. The catch is made. The throw on line. Not in time. Disco Turkeys win. Caleb Smith, the walk-off sacrifice fly in the bottom of the 11th to end it. 13-12 the final, and the Disco Turkeys in the home opener in a fashion like no other. What a game!
Unbelievable stuff, man. Very rarely am I the loss for words, Graham. You know this. I am right now.
What
That's unreal.
A game. And who else could it have been other than Caleb Smith? We said it earlier this week. He was about 1 game away from turning it on. 1 day later, goes 2 for 3. And then tonight he comes out here and he does that.
Well, that kind of narrows down our player of the game choice, doesn't it?
We might as well just go ahead and go into the
They had to hand it to him.
What a game. We'll bring it all down, break it down for you.
As best we can.
There's so much.
There's so much pen ink in this scorebook, my hand hurts.
6-1 lead for Martinsville as we went into the bottom of the second. Ended up being 9-3 at one point. The Disco Turkeys came back and tied it at 9, went into extras, went down 12-9, 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th. And then 1 run on the walk-off sac fly from Caleb Smith to end it in the bottom of the 11th, 13-10, and he's your player of the game. We want to show you the scene that's going on around the dugout as the fans are saluting the team, and the team salutes them back. What a way to start the season here at Truist Stadium as we have gone into Saturday as the clock shows 12:01. The miracle at midnight from Caleb.
Yeah, there you go. There is disco fever if there wasn't before in Winston-Salem after this one, folks.
We know you're tired.
Caleb Smith appears to have the winner's jacket.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. And he could not be stunting harder if he tried. We're going to wrap things up here from Winston-Salem. We thank you so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast. 13-12, the final. Disco Turkeys win. To start things off, we'll bring back more action between the Disco Turkeys and the Ponies tomorrow night, same time, same place, 8 p.m. We'll see you there. And if you're not there, make sure to turn in on YouTube. But for now, it's Graham Duck, Brett Wiseman beside me, and Callahan Eshelman helping out on graphics. Thank you so much to everybody that was involved putting tonight together. One last time, we'll give you a so long and good night, or good morning, I should say, from Winston-Salem.